Chapter 12:10. Although his figure had undergone a huge transformation, the aura radiating from this fat man's body had increased exponentially, and the Saint Chi surging from his body was almost tangible. With a wave of his hands, a green light flew out from his palms, transforming into vines that shot towards Yang Kai. These vines were full of sharp barbs, and once caught, they would pierce into a cultivator's flesh and absorb their blood essence and Saint Chi. Even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to easily break free and would only be at the mercy of this fat man. With his unique Saint Chi and killing moves, this fat man had killed countless enemies. In Heaven Battling Union, although his fame was not as high as Chu Changfeng or the middle-aged man, he was still a core figure. On top of that, these would attribute vines multiplied and grew extremely quickly. As long as Yang Kai was given 3 breaths of time, he would be able to use his vines to seal off the entire canyon and form a cage. At that time, this place would be his world, and even if this First Order Saint King had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape from this vine cage. His eyes were full of confidence. However, a black flame danced in the air like a fire dragon, pouring cold water on his head. A fire attribute cultivator? The fat man was shocked. His wood attribute martial skills and martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, so when he saw Yang Kai release these black flames, his heart sank and his expression became solemn. However, there was no turning back, and a single First Order Saint King wasn't enough to force Yang Kai to retreat. As such, Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi, causing the green vines to grow even more frantically, showing signs of covering the entire canyon. Asterisk, the intensity of the fire suddenly became ferocious, and a scene that truly shocked the fatty happened. The black flames swept over, and actually burned all the green vines he had released into ashes. No matter how many he released, he still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had burned close to him. Impossible! The fat man shouted. Although his martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, there was no flame that could have such a powerful burning ability that his vines were unable to reproduce. The greenery that filled the sky was instantly suppressed by the pitch-black flames. Within the canyon, a feeling of alternating heat and cold came, causing Fatty to feel extremely tormented. Yang Kai was like a raging flame as he rushed forward and threw a pitch-black heaven-punishing spear towards the Heaven Battling Union cultivator. Yang Kai followed closely behind the heaven-punishing spear and slammed down with heaven-covering hand. He had to end the battle quickly. The middle-aged man's cautiousness was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After he had killed 2 of his fellow disciples, his first reaction was not to seek revenge, but to retreat without even thinking about it. His decisiveness was unimaginable. This was an extremely terrifying person who was able to suppress his greed for the various treasures in his space ring and choose the safest course of action. Now that he had already run several tens of feet away, if he continued to tangle with this fat cultivator, once that person left the canyon, it would really be too late to catch up. As such, Yang Kai attacked in anger, using almost all of his strength. The fat cultivator's reaction was not slow. Seeing the pitch-black heaven-punishing spear thrust towards him, he immediately summoned a small round shield. This small round shield rotated rapidly, its surface filled with complex runes and energy lines, as well as a tortoise pattern that swam about nimbly. With the small round shield in front of him to protect him, his figure flickered as he tried to quickly retreat. However, a giant hand that seemed to cover the sky suddenly slammed down from above, giving him the illusion that he could not avoid it. Kong. With a loud bang, the heaven-punishing spear collided with the small round shield, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the small round shield, but surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Although it was stained with some demonic flames, the turtle pattern on the round shield flashed and emerged from the round shield. Soon after, the turtle opened its mouth and spat out a mass of white energy, extinguishing the demonic flames in an instant. After doing all this, the tortoise pattern returned to the small round shield, but it no longer swam and became lifeless. This secret treasure had clearly lost its spirituality, unless an outstanding weapon refiner was hired to repair it, otherwise it would not be able to be used again. The small round shield blocked Yang Kai's killing blow and protected the fat cultivator's life, but the heaven-covering hand slammed down heavily at this moment. The fat cultivator let out a strange cry, his hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and then his two palms faced the sky and pushed fiercely. A green curtain of light rose with his movements, like a protective shield, covering him below. Another loud bang sounded and the earth trembled. When the heaven-covering hand slammed into the green light curtain and the huge palm print shattered at the same time and disappeared without a trace. As for the fat cultivator, although he didn't suffer any serious injuries after receiving this attack, his complexion was obviously pale. He had suffered some losses. In just a short time, he immediately recognized the gap between himself and Yang Kai. This was not a strength that a first-order Saint King cultivator could display. Even a third-order Saint King would not be able to display such strength. If it were not for the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body being genuine, the fat cultivator would have suspected that the other party was an origin-returning realm master in disguise. No wonder the other party had the confidence to take the initiative to attack. With such combat power, it was more than enough to compete with Chu Changfeng, so dealing with the fat cultivator would be a piece of cake. The fat cultivator had already used an artifact, but the other party did not seem to be using his full strength, only using martial skills to fight him, not even bothering to use an artifact. What the fat cultivator did not know was that Yang Kai only had two artifacts. One was the purple shield and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. The purple shield was a defensive artifact, and although the 100 Mountains picture was powerful, the terrain of the canyon was too narrow for it to be used. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have already summoned 20 Phantom Mountains to smash the fat cultivator to death instead of wasting time. The fat cultivator knew that the situation was bad, so after blocking the heaven-covering hand, he summoned another flying dagger-like artifact, poured his Saint Chi into it, and threw it towards Yang Kai. The flying dagger turned into a white light and flew straight towards Yang Kai's face, carrying a thick evil chi. At the same time, the fat cultivator quickly turned around and ran out of the canyon without looking back. He thought that his flying dagger artifact would buy him some time, and as long as he had a little bit of time, he might be able to escape. But how could he have known that just as he turned his back to Yang Kai, a deathly aura would strike him from behind? Looking back in horror, the fat cultivator saw that Yang Kai had already avoided the flying dagger's attack and was holding a black sword in his hand, constantly slashing down. A series of shocking black sword waves suddenly filled the canyon. The fat cultivator's heart trembled, and before he could think of anything, he was struck by more than a dozen sword waves at the same time. With a scream, he fell to the ground, his body burning with demonic flames. No matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, he was unable to extinguish the flames and was soon burned into a charred corpse. The canyon was only 2 or 3 meters wide, so it was really not suitable for him to dodge. If not for this, he could have at least bought some time and not died so quickly. Even at the moment of his death, he could not understand how a trivial first-order Saint King could be so terrifying. After killing the fat cultivator, Yang Kai immediately raised his head and looked towards the canyon. The last middle-aged man was running really fast. In just a short time, he was already 2,000 meters away. He seemed to have heard the screams of the fat cultivator and his figure trembled slightly as his speed increased. At this moment, he understood that his worries and cautiousness were not unreasonable. The scream of the fat cultivator had clearly announced his death. Being able to kill his fellow sect mate in just 5 breaths, no matter what method or scheme this young man used, he was not someone he could contend with. As such, he did not dare to look back and only wanted to leave this canyon as soon as possible. At the same time, he touched his space ring with a trembling hand and took out a communication artifact, wanting to inform his fellow sect mates about what had happened here. It would be best if he could inform Chu Changfeng. In his eyes, only someone like Chu Changfeng could compete with this young man. Just as he took out his communication artifact, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out behind him as a terrifying divine sense enveloped him. The strength of this divine sense was no less than that of some origin-returning realm masters. Not daring to neglect, he immediately poured his divine sense into his communication artifact, but before he could say anything, he felt a slight pain in his arm. It was as if he had been bitten by an ant. But when he went to investigate, he was shocked to find that his arm had been silently cut off. Not far from him, there was a dark blade-shaped crack that seemed to be able to swallow everything flying side by side with him. A void crack? This cultivator was quite experienced and knowledgeable, so he couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as his voice fell, the thing he thought was a void crack disappeared. Intense pain came from his severed arm, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead and even his clothes to be soaked. Chi. Another soft and almost imperceptible sound rang out beside his ear, and his other undamaged arm hurt again. Thinking of what had just happened, the middle-aged martial artist's face turned ashen. He turned his head to look and found that his second arm was indeed gone. The cut was neat and tidy, as if it had been easily cut off by some sharp weapon. A silhouette swiftly passed by and blocked in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man stopped and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of despair filling his face. He could no longer care about the pain in his severed arm, nor could he stop the blood from gushing out. He could only stare at Yang Kai and the pair of wind and thunder wings behind him. Only then did he understand why his opponent was still able to easily catch up to him despite him trying his best to escape. The other party actually possessed such a strange artifact, no wonder his speed was so fast. However, he did not know what kind of attack Yang Kai had just used to cut off his arms. He did not even feel any fluctuations of Saint Chi before his arms were inexplicably cut off. Chapter 12:11. Inside the canyon, Yang Kai and the middle-aged man stared at each other, the former's eyes cold while the latter's face filled with despair. Ha! The middle-aged man who was blocked by Yang Kai suddenly chuckled softly, but his smile was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He knew that this time it would be difficult for him to escape, so it was too late for regrets. Lu Yen Desert was so large, so why did his brother and junior brothers choose to enter this canyon? Moreover, they ended up provoking such a fiend. If it weren't for this, the four of them would be living a very comfortable life right now. With the harvest of this trip, as long as they could safely leave this place, they would have reaped great benefits. But now it was too late to say anything. Of the four of them, 3 had died, and both of his arms were crippled. It seemed that he would soon follow in the footsteps of his fellow disciples. His heart was filled with regret. Now that he recalled the scene when he first saw this young man, he realized how ridiculous his and his 3 fellow disciples' actions were. If this young man didn't have something to rely on, how could he have remained indifferent when he saw the 4 of them and not run away? If this young man didn't want to lure the 4 of them into action, how could he be stupid enough to reveal the harvest of his space ring to everyone? Now that he thought about it, this young man's expression and actions at the time were indeed suspicious. But with benefits at stake, even the most astute and cautious person would be blinded by greed. Friend, the middle-aged man gulped and suddenly said, "Can you tell me what kind of power did you use? If I can know, I can die without regrets." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and shook his head. "The dead don't need to know." "That's true." The middle-aged man smiled miserably, his figure standing tall and straight, putting on an appearance as if he was ready to be stabbed. "Do it. I know I am definitely not your opponent, so I don't want to struggle, so I ask this friend to be quick. It's best if you don't let this one feel any pain." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai flicked his wrist and sent out a jet black sword wave towards him with an imposing aura. The moment the black sword light appeared, the eyes of the middle-aged man, who had previously looked like he was waiting for death, flashed and he opened his mouth and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist was extremely thick and reeked of blood. It was clearly his blood essence. Inside this blood mist, an all-shaped, foot-long artifact, shining with a yellow light, spun like a top, rolling up the surrounding world energy and attacking Yang Kai. The cone-shaped artifact seemed to want to drill a hole through space itself, and wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. Even Yang Kai's black sword light was scattered by it. At the same time, his face was pale and he quickly retreated. He stared at Yang Kai through the blood mist with wide eyes. How could he still look like he was waiting for death? His face was clearly filled with an expression of extreme desire for life, but right now he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't know if his carefully prepared attack would have the effect he expected. This was the attack he had pinned his hopes on. In order to coordinate with this sneak attack, he had said those words just now to distract Yang Kai's attention. He had hoped that at least he could use his pride to move his opponent. As long as his opponent showed the slightest flaw, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it, but he hadn't expected this young man to be such a ruthless person. Even though he had put on such an act, this young man still remained indifferent and killed without hesitation. The other party had no flaws, so he could only hope that his artifact would not disappoint him. Under his nervous gaze, the cone-shaped artifact, under the cover of the blood mist, scattered the black sword light and instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it and just stood there motionless. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, but just as a smile appeared on his face, it froze. Because he saw Yang Kai casually point his finger, and a pitch-black fissure-like attack that he had seen before appeared. When that fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, the murderous aura and the world energy it generated disappeared in an instant, as if they had been swallowed by a fierce beast. Not only that, when the fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, a portion of it strangely disappeared, while the remaining half lost its spirituality and fell directly to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering, "Is that really a void crack?" When Yang Kai saw it before, he only had some doubts, but seeing it again, he immediately confirmed that the method used by the other party had really created a void crack that could move. Otherwise, how could a part of his cone-shaped artifact have disappeared without a trace? It had clearly been swallowed into the void by that void crack. "Is this your last resort?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. The other party was a cautious person, something Yang Kai had already experienced, so whatever he said, Yang Kai treated it like a fart and made up his mind to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by this little trick just now. Yang Kai didn't have the habit of underestimating his enemy. "Impossible, your cultivation is so low, how could you possibly be proficient in the Tao of space? Even Elder Mo can't create such a void crack." The middle-aged man roared hysterically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Elder Mo? He understands the Tao of space?" Yang Kai raised his brow. So far, besides himself, Yang Kai had never met another cultivator who understood the Tao of space. Even an amazing character like Guizhu couldn't comprehend the Tao of space with his Origin King Realm cultivation. Now, from this middle-aged man's mouth, Yang Kai had actually heard that someone named Elder Mo understood the Tao of space. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. Elder Mo is the chief elder of the Elder Hall and reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm 1,000 years ago. His strength far surpasses all of Shadowed Star. "I am his." The middle-aged man mistakenly thought Yang Kai was afraid of him and quickly reported his relationship with this Elder Mo so Yang Kai wouldn't attack him. "If there is a chance, I will go to Heaven Battling Union to find him to discuss the true meaning of the Tao of space, but you won't have a chance to see it." Yang Kai didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking and casually sent out a space blade. Under the horrified gaze of the middle-aged man, this space blade cut through his body as easily as cutting through tofu. The defensive artifact armor and Saint Chi he was wearing didn't play any role in blocking this attack, and a part of his body below his chest was directly cut off. The middle-aged man only felt his body shrink as the upper half of his body fell about an inch and smashed onto the lower half of his body. When he lowered his head to look, the blood spurting out of his mouth had sent the upper half of his body flying up again. Just as he screamed out, a ball of pitch-black devil flame enveloped him. Amidst the rolling flames, even his voice was annihilated. In just 3 short breaths, he had turned into a pile of black ash. Staring at the position where the middle-aged man disappeared, Yang Kai frowned slightly, his face filled with both joy and worry. On the one hand, Yang Kai was happy that after more than a month of tempering, his space blade had finally come in handy and could be used against his enemies. On top of that, its effects were quite good and its lethality was extremely high. his attacks were also quite secretive, and without any Saint Chi fluctuations, it was difficult to detect. On the other hand, his space blade seemed to be easy to dodge and lacked accuracy. No matter how focused Yang Kai was, he couldn't accurately control its movements while tearing space. The moment the middle-aged man took out his communication artifact, Yang Kai knew that he wanted to send out a message, so he planned to kill him with a single blow. How could he have known that he would only cut off one of the middle-aged man's arms? Fortunately, when he cut off the middle-aged man's arm, the communication artifact also dropped, otherwise, he might have been able to successfully send out a message. Yang Kai's second attack was the same, coincidentally cutting off the middle-aged man's second arm. This wasn't deliberate on Yang Kai's part, it was just two coincidences. If he only needed to kill once, Yang Kai wouldn't have wasted time and energy. The third time was a bit better, but Yang Kai's goal was still a bit off. However, even so, the terrifying lethality of his space blade could not be concealed. It could send everything it encountered into the void, and as long as it was stable enough, even an Origin King's body wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from it. After verifying the power of his space blade in an actual combat, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. As for its accuracy and stability, Yang Kai believed that as his strength improved in the future, this would slowly change. When the time came, this move might become his biggest trump card. Bending down and picking up the middle-aged man's space ring, Yang Kai returned to his original position and cleaned up the battlefield. After dealing with the several corpses, he stared at the strange several-dozen-meter-long void, let out a long sigh, passed through it, and walked directly to the other side of the canyon. There was no need to stay here any longer. According to Yang Kai's original plan, he would have to leave this place in 2 or 3 days. Now that the 4 from Heaven Battling Union had interfered, it was only a matter of time before he left. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped under a huge boulder. After being baked by the heat waves of Lu Yen sand for many years, this boulder had a fiery red color and its internal impurities had long been removed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a good artifact refining material. If it was used for artifact refining, it could at least be used to refine a saint-grade artifact. Yang Kai really had no interest in this thing, so he decided to use it to avoid the heat waves. Below the boulder was a deep pit that only allowed one person to enter. Yang Kai came here just to check the rings of the 4 from Heaven Battling Union. After all, they were his spoils of war. After inspecting their rings, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It wasn't that these 4 people had obtained some kind of heaven-defying treasure, but rather that their space rings contained a lot of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, fire crystal stones, and various ores that belonged to Lu Yen sand. A huge amount. The things in each of their rings were almost equivalent to the total harvest of 7 or 8 people combined. It was impossible for them to have such good luck to obtain these things. Yang Kai didn't know how many people they had killed and how many treasures they had plundered in order to accumulate their current wealth, but now all of it had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. Everything was relatively common in Lu Yen sand. Although they were not as valuable as the huge fire crystal stones and brilliant fire crystal essences that Yang Kai had obtained, they were much larger in quantity, allowing Yang Kai to gain a lot. Chapter 12:12. After transferring everything into his space ring, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged under the boulder to adjust his breathing. After cultivating in the canyon for more than a month and fighting a fierce battle just now, although he hadn't consumed much of his strength, Yang Kai still wanted to maintain his peak condition to avoid any unexpected situations. After half an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Just as he was about to leave the pit under the boulder, a gray figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was small and agile, and although it wasn't as terrifying as Lu Yan's flying fire, it was still extraordinary. The moment Yang Kai discovered this figure, he swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming what it was, he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. This was actually a kind of monster beast that looked a bit like a fox. Its eyes were extremely sharp and gave off a sly aura. Its body was surrounded by a wind attribute energy aura, and it moved like the wind, dashing off into the distance in the blink of an eye. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that this monster beast was holding a fruit in its mouth. This fruit was bright red and seemed to contain an extremely hot aura. Golden sun fruit? Kai Yang raised his eyebrows and immediately stood up. He then quickly chased after the fox-like little beast. The golden sun fruit was an origin-grade high-rank spirit fruit and a top-grade herb for refining origin-grade pills. Since Yang Kai was preparing to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to increase their cultivation, now that he had encountered such a spirit fruit, he naturally wouldn't let it go. On top of that, the monster beast's strength wasn't high, only 6th order. It only seemed to be fast, so Yang Kai believed he could easily catch up with it with his own ability. Snatching a spirit fruit from a monster beast's mouth was a bit unreasonable, but what Yang Kai cared about was that since a golden sun fruit had appeared, there must be a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby. If he could catch the monster beast, perhaps he could use it to lead him to this fruit tree. If it could be transplanted to Dragon Cave Mountain, it would be perfect. Yang Kai believed that with the vitality contained in his golden blood, transplanting the golden sun fruit tree would not be a problem. This was the heat zone on the 3rd layer of the Lu Yen Sandland. All the spirit grasses and spirit medicines had a long history and were much more valuable than those sold in the market outside. Yang Kai's speed was not slow. The moment he sensed that the little beast had passed by, he immediately chased after it. However, he still somewhat underestimated the little beast's ability. By the time he chased after it, it was already 3 miles away. Frowning, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings, slowly closing the distance between him and the little beast. Half an hour later, just as Yang Kai was about to catch up with the little beast, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting not far in front of him. Bursts of violent energy fluctuations came from that direction. It seemed that the fight was in full swing. Kai Yang also didn't have any intention of looking for trouble. He originally wanted to avoid the location of the fight, but the little beast's direction of movement was actually heading straight towards the source of the fighting sounds. Having chased it for so long, Yang Kai was naturally unwilling to give up halfway and simply continued his pursuit. But a moment later, Yang Kai showed a stunned look because he saw with his own eyes that the little beast he had been chasing all this time suddenly turn into a stream of light and drill into the chest of one of the women when it arrived in front of the 2 people fighting. This little beast was actually raised by someone else. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have made such a blunder. Since this little monster beast was raised by someone else, it must have been released by its owner to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. It must have been accidentally discovered by Yang Kai on its way back and chased all the way here. This could easily cause misunderstandings, and it might even lead to a fight. However, this little beast really did have some skill. It was actually able to find a golden sun fruit for its owner, and from the way it acted, it was clear it had done this kind of thing many times before. The one fighting the little beast's owner was a man wearing golden robes. When Yang Kai saw this robe, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disgust. Yang Kai didn't know how many cultivators from Heaven Battling Union had entered this place. No matter where he went, he would encounter them. 2 had died while collecting emerald silkgrass, and 4 had died in the canyon. Yang Kai had only just walked out of the canyon, yet here he was, running into another one. The scene of the little beast digging into the woman's chest with a spirit fruit in its mouth was naturally seen by the Heaven Battling Union disciple, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Golden sun fruit?" As he spoke, greed flashed in his eyes and his attacks became more and more ruthless. After Yang Kai's arrival, the woman seemed to have become somewhat hesitant to attack him. From time to time, she would divert her attention to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. This caused her, who had instinctively fought evenly with her opponent, to fall into a disadvantageous position. She was constantly being attacked by her opponent's halberd-like artifact, putting her in a perilous situation. The Heaven Battling Union disciple, on the other hand, didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. While attacking with all his strength, he taunted the young woman, "You ugly woman, you don't even allow others to say you're ugly? Haha, since you're ugly, then you should obediently stay in your boudoir and not show your face in public. It's your fault for running out and disgusting others. My mouth is on my body, so I can say whatever I want. Bite me." Sure enough, under the man's poisonous tongue, The woman's tender body trembled and a cold, murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Although she constantly pushed her Saint Chi to resist and wanted to tear her opponent's mouth apart, in her anger, she couldn't even display 80% of her peak strength, causing her already bad situation to become even more precarious. Only then did Yang Kai notice this woman's face, and at first glance, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Although the heaven-battling Union cultivator's words were extremely vicious, it was undeniable that this woman was not good-looking. Using the word "not good" to describe her was Yang Kai's kindness. Her face was simply unbearable to look at. She clearly had an exquisite, full, and perfect figure, but her pretty face was full of bumps and hollows, and some of the spots even had yellow pustules, exuding an unpleasant smell. Not only that, but the skin on her face was also dark yellow, looking like she was malnourished. This formed a sharp contrast with her white arms and pink neck. If someone with poor psychological endurance saw her face, they would probably be scared out of their wits. If she didn't have these shortcomings, her appearance wouldn't be bad. After all, her facial features were delicate and neat. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance or if it was due to some other reason, but her appearance was obviously her reverse scale. The heaven-battling Union cultivator kept talking about her appearance, successfully stimulating her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she would have been able to kill this heaven-battling Union cultivator. The weapon she used was a kind of white thread-like artifact that was extremely sharp and quite mysterious. As she waved it, white light flashed wildly within a radius of a few dozen meters, and the sound of something being cut constantly rang out, barely managing to maintain an undefeatable situation. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to meddle in the battle between these two. Although he didn't like the heaven-battling Union cultivator, as long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Those who had provoked him were all dead. Moreover, since the little beast that could only search for spirit fruits was raised by this woman, Yang Kai didn't intend to have any ideas about it. However, contrary to his wishes, the heaven-battling Union cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and while fighting with the woman, he casually called out to Yang Kai, "Boy, tell me, isn't this woman's appearance unreasonably ugly? If you do, this uncle will reward you with something good." Obviously, he wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman in front of him more deeply. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, staring at the heaven-battling Union cultivator with a funny expression. That woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also glanced over towards him. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale as she bit down hard on them. Why was she so concerned about her appearance? She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai agree with the heaven-battling Union cultivator's words, which was why she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what this woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was ugly, even if she was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? However, Yang Kai didn't say anything, allowing the woman to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The white artifact in her hand danced more and more fiercely, binding her opponent's halberd in an instant. The heaven-battling Union cultivator was startled and quickly tried to withdraw his artifact, but was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the white silk and was even about to be taken away by his opponent. His face changing drastically, he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi and stabilized the situation. The two sides of the battle reached a stalemate in an instant, both of them stopping in place and desperately pouring their Saint Chi into their artifacts, using them as mediums to continue fighting. "Boy, are you mute? This uncle is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" The heaven-battling Union cultivator was caught off guard by the woman and couldn't help becoming angry out of shame as he shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange grin, but after a moment of hesitation, he actually took the initiative to walk towards the two deadlocked cultivators. Both the woman and the heaven-battling Union cultivator showed a stunned expression as they stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching them, not understanding what this little first-order Saint King wanted to do. But soon, the heaven-battling Union cultivator thought of an idea and quickly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you're mute or not, hurry up and kill this woman for me. Kill her and I'll give you enough benefits." As soon as this statement came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was currently in a stalemate with her opponent, but once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she wasn't afraid of the attack of Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, if he attacked her, the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator would take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk artifact, and the advantage she had worked so hard to regain would be gone in an instant. So, she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moved and just slowly shook his head, allowing her to relax, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12-13. Seeing Yang Kai actually reject him, the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator's face became cold as he sneered, "Good, good, good, a mute and an ugly woman, the two of you are a match made in heaven. Do you want this young master to play matchmaker for you?" The woman's dark yellow face blushed slightly as her originally calm mood became angry again. She seemed to be unable to bear hearing the word, ugly woman. As long as she heard it, her mood would change drastically. "There's no need to play matchmaker, I'm a married man, there's no need for this friend to meddle in my business," Yang Kai suddenly sneered. The Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator was stunned for a moment before laughing. "So you're not a mute, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Boy, get out of here obediently, there's nothing for you to do here." He also saw that Yang Kai seemed to be harboring some malicious intent, so although he wasn't afraid of him, he still gave him a warning. But Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as his Saint Chi surged and a long sword of black flames slowly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator's face couldn't help but sink as he gloomily asked, "What's wrong? You want to attack me? Think clearly, if you dare attack, you'll die. Whether I die or not is none of your excellency's concern, but you're dead. This friend's mouth stinks, I can't stand it, so I'll use your life for now," Yang Kai said as he lightly slashed forward with the demonic flame sword in his hand. Profound heavenly sword waves shot out from the tip of the demonic flame sword, each of them containing earth-shattering power. In an instant, a dozen or so sword waves blocked all the escape routes of the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator's face changed greatly. How could he not feel the power of this attack from Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King? Not bothering to continue entangling with the woman, he took the initiative to withdraw the Saint Chi he had poured into his halberd artifact and at the same time, condensing a shield in front of him. Hong hong hong. The sword rays slashed at the shield. In just 2 hits, the shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining sword rays did not lose their momentum and swarmed forward. The Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator screamed in shock and was about to dodge, but the white silk in the woman's hand flickered and bound him in place. This white silk was made of some unknown material and was incredibly sharp. After binding the cultivator, the woman pushed her Saint Chi and the white silk suddenly tightened. The cultivator's body flashed with light as his protective artifact armor erupted with defensive power, but it still couldn't stop the cutting of the white silk. With a series of piercing sounds, a dozen bloody lines appeared on the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator. "No!" The man only had time to scream in horror before his body was cut into a dozen pieces by the white silk. Before his corpse fell to the ground, Yang Kai's black sword light swept through it and incinerated it. A Third-Order Saint King Realm elite disciple of Heaven-Battling Union, under the joint attack of Yang Kai and the young woman, didn't even last a breath before his soul was scattered. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this result because even in a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill this man, not to mention he was simply creating an opportunity for the young woman. However, the power of this woman's white silk exceeded his expectations, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send out so many sword waves. The woman also seemed to be very surprised by the means Yang Kai displayed. After easily killing the Heaven-Battling Union Cultivator, she couldn't help glancing over at him, her eyes seemingly able to speak. Yang Kai then noticed that this woman not only had an excellent figure, but her eyes were also extremely intelligent, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she covered up her face and only exposed her eyes, she would definitely be able to drive any man crazy. But her appearance, it's a pity. Yang Kai thought so in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Thank you. After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her full breasts puffing out exaggeratedly before falling down in a breathtaking arc. Gently nodding to Yang Kai, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Although her smile was sincere, when paired with her appearance, it wasn't flattering at all. However, her voice was extremely gentle, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. It's nothing, I just didn't like him, Yang Kai replied lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened this time. Also, I killed him, it has nothing to do with you. If Heaven Battling Union really wants to investigate this matter, you won't have anything to do with it. The woman took all the blame on herself, making Yang Kai have a good impression of her, feeling that his actions hadn't been in vain. Saying so, the woman took off the ring on the arm of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator that had fallen to the ground after his death and threw it directly to Yang Kai without even looking at what was inside. This is for you. Yang Kai didn't refuse her, casually catching it and stuffing it into his sleeve. The woman thought for a moment before blushing slightly, turning around and reaching into her sleeve, taking out a red fruit and tossing it to Yang Kai. You should be chasing this, right? Yang Kai caught it and smiled awkwardly. I didn't know it was your pet. The fruit in his hand was warm. He didn't know if it was because the woman had been holding it close to her bosom, or if it was because of the fruit itself, but Kai Yang could smell a faint fragrance coming from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. I understand. The woman nodded gently. Although my spirit fox can't be used to fight, it can naturally find some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so it's normal for you to chase after it. Saying so, the woman frowned and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, so it was possible for the cultivator to catch up to it outside, but inside this place, no one could fly, so how did Yang Kai chase after it? Her spirit fox should have gotten rid of him long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since this person was able to chase after her spirit fox, he must have his own methods, and asking too much would only make him feel annoyed. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was a naturally intelligent woman, so she knew that there were some things that could be said and some that were better left unsaid. Spirit fox. Yang Kai raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard of this monster beast, but there were some monster beasts that could find spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and this spirit fox was probably one of them. This type of monster beast was extremely precious and would generally be raised by some sect to find treasures. And it grew up with me. When the woman mentioned the spirit fox, a smile bloomed on her face, one that was much more natural than the forced smile she had put on just now. Reaching out, she stroked the head of the little beast that had poked its head out of her arms and was staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she asked, Do you want to come with me to find the golden sun fruit tree? Since the spirit fox found a golden sun fruit, it means there is a fruit tree, and there must be more than one fruit on that tree. When the time comes, how about we split it 50-50? She seemed to be very unwilling to accept other people's favors. Yang Kai had just helped her, so she had given the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's ring and the golden sun fruit to Yang Kai, but she still felt that it wasn't enough, so she made this proposal. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. He had originally wanted to find the golden sun fruit tree, but he didn't have any clues. Now that this woman had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was naturally for the best, so he quickly nodded, good. He could also see that this woman wasn't a bad person, so he readily agreed. Otherwise, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, how could she possibly propose to split the fruit equally with him? After reaching an agreement, the woman released the spirit fox and whispered a few words into its ear. The spirit fox then followed the original path and quickly returned, Yang Kai and the woman following behind it. When Yang Kai chased after the spirit fox, it took about half an hour, but when the spirit fox led them to the place where the golden sun fruit tree grew, it took more than an hour because the woman's speed wasn't very fast. There was indeed a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby, and its location was quite well hidden. In a small mountain valley surrounded by mountains, on a piece of land near the bottom of a cliff, this 10-meter tall golden sun fruit tree was thriving, and no matter how hot it was, it remained motionless. In such a location, only a monster beast like the spirit fox, which specialized in searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines, would be able to discover it. Even if a cultivator passed by this place, if they didn't investigate it thoroughly, they would miss it. Yang Kai and the woman had been very quiet along the way, neither of them asking about the other's name or origin, because both of them knew that after this cooperation, they would part ways, so there was no need to ask too much. At this moment, the two of them were standing below the golden sun fruit tree, staring at the huge fruits hanging from its branches in shock. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 fruits on the tree, each of them an attractive red color, and on the ground, there were even some that had long since ripened and fallen to the ground. There were at least a dozen. It was unknown how many years this golden sun fruit tree had been growing here, and how many fruits had been wasted. After staring for a while, the woman turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'll let the spirit fox pick them all first before we distribute them." Good. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Following the woman's order, the fox-like little beast quickly climbed up the golden sun fruit tree, its body constantly moving as the golden sun fruits on the tree fell one by one. The woman's face lit up with joy as she grabbed the falling fruits one by one. When there were no more fruits on the tree, she picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground and divided them into 2 portions before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "There are 44 in total, so we'll each take 22. Yang Kai gently nodded and put his share into his space ring. After dividing the fruits, the woman said, "In any case, I still have to thank you this time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." "No need, those golden sun fruits are more than enough." Yang Kai shook his head and said. Kai Yang smiled and shook his head. He had only casually helped out, but the other party was so grateful, making Kai Yang feel a little embarrassed. The woman thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, instead saying, "Since that's the case, I'll go first." "Good, I'll take this fruit tree out and leave." Yang Kai didn't conceal his intentions. This fruit tree had existed for countless years, so if he transplanted it back to Dragon Cave Mountain, perhaps it would blossom and bear fruit again. There were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring this fruit tree back as a decoration. Chapter 12:14. Moreover, the divine tree was still sleeping in his black book space, so perhaps the aura of the divine tree could nourish this golden sun fruit tree. Of course, even if it failed, Yang Kai wouldn't lose anything. "What do you want this fruit tree for?" The woman who was about to leave paused and turned a strange look towards Yang Kai. This kind of spirit tree has very strict requirements for the environment it grows in. If you take it away from here, it may die. Also, a space ring isn't suitable for storing such things. After saying a few words, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have meddled in other people's business and smiled awkwardly before asking, "Do you want me to help?" "No need, I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this kind of thing myself." Yang Kai smiled faintly before stretching out his finger, condensing a sharp blade of energy at his fingertip before stabbing it into the ground and walking a large circle around the golden sun fruit tree. The soil around the fruit tree wasn't very solid, so Yang Kai easily cut it open. In order not to damage the roots of this golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was very careful, constantly using his divine sense to cover the area around it while controlling his Saint Chi to avoid damaging the roots. After walking a circle around the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai released his divine sense and transformed it into a giant net that enveloped the entire golden sun fruit tree. The next moment, with a flash of light, the 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree disappeared. It had been taken into the black book space by Yang Kai and placed next to the divine tree, leaving only a huge pit in its place. A strange light flashed across the woman's eyes. Although with her cultivation, she could also take such a spirit tree into her space ring, Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, being able to do so without any trace of exhaustion was somewhat surprising. After all, collecting such a huge thing, and a living one at that, would put some strain on one's divine sense. After collecting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai smiled faintly at the woman and was about to bid farewell to her. However, just as he was about to part ways though, his brow suddenly furrowed as he swiped his finger across his ring and took out a communication artifact. Just now, when Yang Kai's divine sense inadvertently swept through his space ring, he suddenly noticed some information fluctuations coming from this compass, which immediately caught his attention. This communication compass was given to him by Wei Guchang. Not long after he entered the third floor of the Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai found the corpses of 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. At that time, he tried to contact Wei Guchang, but there was no reply. He didn't know how that guy and Dong Xianer were doing. Now that more than a month had passed, there was suddenly a sound coming from the compass, which surprised him. Before Yang Kai could check the information in the compass, the woman standing at the side suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "Are you a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai looked up at her with a confused expression and asked, "Why do you say that?" Although he had a close relationship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall, he wasn't really a member of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that he had just taken out a communication artifact, how could this woman have such suspicions? The woman smiled slightly and pointed to the compass in Yang Kai's hand and said, "The artifact in your hand was refined by Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall and has his unique mark on it. I also have an artifact refined by Grandmaster Gulin, so I know more about this. Isn't the person who owns this communication artifact a member of Shadow Moon Hall? Moreover, only the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall can have this kind of communication artifact." For some reason, after suspecting that Yang Kai was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, the woman's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. Before, there was still a sense of estrangement, but when she spoke these words, it was extremely natural. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, he found a triangular symbol on the side of this communication artifact. Grandmaster Gulin, Yang Kai had heard of him before. It was said that he was the only origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner in Shadow Moon Hall and one of the few Grandmasters on Shadowed Star. It seemed that this triangular symbol should be the symbol of Grandmaster Gulin. This kind of thing was very normal. Generally, famous artifact refiners would have their own unique symbol. After refining an artifact, they would put this symbol on it. This way, not only would the value of the artifact increase, but it would also give the owner of the artifact a lot of face. This kind of thing could not be done by an alchemist. No alchemist would be so bored as to put their own mark on the pills they refined. As for pills, they could be swallowed in a single gulp. Could it be that they wanted to show it to others before eating it? This woman's observation skills were quite sharp. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed this symbol before. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This should have been refined by Grandmaster Gulin, but I'm not a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. This thing was given to me by Wei Guchang." "Brother Wei gave it to you?" The woman covered her mouth in surprise. How could she not know how proud Wei Guchang was? Even if he was a core disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Besides Dong Xianer, no one else could enter his eyes, yet Wei Guchang had actually given Yang Kai a communication artifact. What did this mean? "You know Brother Wei?" This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman he met by chance would have some kind of relationship with Wei Guchang. "And I know him. I'm very familiar with Xian." The woman smiled sweetly, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her face changed slightly as she hurriedly said, "Did Brother Wei send a message? Quickly take a look." The people who would be able to transmit messages here, besides the few most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace, could not be anyone else. It was highly possible that Wei Guchang had sent the message himself, and for him to transmit the message to others, it was highly possible that he had fallen into some kind of dangerous situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had always been inseparable. If Wei Guchang was in danger, then Dong Xianer would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the woman burned with anxiety and hurriedly urged Yang Kai. The woman's nervous appearance surprised Yang Kai. He didn't know where this woman came from, but she was actually very familiar with Dong Xianer. Looking at her nervous appearance, it seemed that her relationship with Dong Xianer wasn't shallow. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact and began investigating, while the woman's beautiful eyes stared nervously at Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked up at her and said, "It was Brother Wei who sent a message, but it seems that Brother Wei and the others have encountered some trouble. What happened? The woman asked anxiously. They seem to have fallen into an ancient spirit array and can't come out for the time being. Only I can receive their messages, but I haven't received any response. It's very strange. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. An ancient spirit array? The woman's face paled. Is Sister Xian all right? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Only Brother Wei sent a message. No one else sent a message. Hearing this, the woman's expression eased up a little. It was unknown whether she was comforting herself or something else, but she muttered, then little Sister Xian should be with Senior Brother Wei, so only Senior Brother Wei sent a message. Do you know their location? Yang Kai shook his head again. I haven't heard from Brother Wei yet, but let's wait. If he really wants to ask for help, he will definitely report his location. Since I can receive his message, he shouldn't be too far from here. If he was too far away, he wouldn't be able to receive his divine sense message. Good. The woman gently nodded. Although she understood that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, her two soft and delicate hands still clenched into fists as she stared at the communication artifact in Yang Kai's hand with some unease. Yang Kai was now completely certain that the relationship between this woman and Dong Xianer was not shallow, otherwise, she would not be so nervous. Just as Yang Kai was sizing her up, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes also happened to meet his, and seemingly realizing that she had lost her composure, she couldn't help smiling awkwardly. I've got it! Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, as he had expected, Wei Guchang had reported his location. After carefully sensing for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at the woman and asked, Brother Wei's current location is a huge piece of silver star or a huge piece of silver star or? Silver star or? The woman's face lit up with joy. I know where it is, I came across it once before. Lead the way. Yang Kai was also a decisive person and immediately put away the communication artifact before motioning to the woman. The woman nodded and quickly used her movement skill to rush off to the side, Yang Kai following closely behind. Along the way, they didn't encounter any dangers, nor did they meet a single person. About half a day later, a huge piece of or over 1,000 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It stood alone on the fiery red ground like a small mountain, as if it had been abandoned since ancient times, giving off a desolate and bleak feeling. When he saw this huge piece of or, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow. When he heard that there was Silver Star or here before, he had considered whether or not to take it away. Silver Star or was a very good artifact refining material. When refining an artifact, a small amount of it could be mixed in would make the artifact extremely sturdy, preventing it from being damaged in battle. As such, its value was very high. A small pinch of silver star or could easily be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, and it was also a precious material that had no market. But at this moment, upon seeing such a huge piece of silver star or, Yang Kai immediately gave up. This kind of thing couldn't be taken into the black book space. If it were any other or, Yang Kai might have been tempted to take a piece of it, but since it was silver star or he decided against it. This thing itself was extremely sturdy and had to be melted with Saint Qi in order to extract the silver star ore, which was not something that could be done in a day or two. If only he had brought the stone mongoose with him, it would have been much easier, but unfortunately, before they set off, the stone mongoose had been left behind by Yang Inflammation, so there was no point in thinking about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge piece of silver star ore with some reluctance before calmly withdrawing his gaze. That's the one. The woman who was leading the way pointed in front of her and called out. Yang Kai nodded. It's 100 kilometers to the west. Saying so, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined the direction and led the way. Chapter 12:15. Worried about Dong Xianer's safety, the woman had been using almost all of her strength along the way. At first, she was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep up, so she deliberately slowed down a lot, but after seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, she gradually increased her speed, but Yang Kai still followed closely behind her. Now, however, he was actually in front of her. This made her secretly surprised, thinking that it was no wonder this person was able to chase after the spirit fox in Lu Yan's desert. His current speed probably hadn't reached his limit, and he was simply waiting for her to arrive, which was why he was taking such a leisurely pace. After pondering for a moment, the woman suddenly called out, "Junior brother, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her suspiciously, not knowing why she called out to him. The other party's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his, so calling him junior brother was understandable. "If you can go a little faster, don't worry about me, just go as fast as you can, I can keep up." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, only now realizing that the other party hadn't used her full strength. It seemed that any cultivator who could enter the 3rd layer had some kind of hidden trump card. Not saying anything, after gently nodding, Yang Kai directly increased his speed to the limit, his body turning into a blur as he sped forward. Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings because he was certain that once he used them, even if this woman had some kind of trump card, he would be able to leave her far behind. A strong Saint Chi fluctuation came from behind him, and Yang Kai didn't know what method the woman used, but he could feel that her speed had increased significantly in an instant, closely following him. However, after her speed increased, her breathing stopped in an instant, as if she was holding her breath in her chest. 100 kilometers to the west of the Silver Star, there was a huge lava lake. The lake water was completely made up of molten lava, and the extremely high temperature caused the scenery in the area to distort. The lava in the lake was dark red and thick, and there were huge bubbles constantly churning from within, bursting with popping sounds. Every bubble that burst contained some black mist-like energy, as well as a terrifying fire poison and corrosive power. The entire lava lake was filled with this doomsday-like scene, making anyone who saw it shudder. At the center of the lava lake, there was a turtle shell floating on the surface of the lava lake. This turtle shell had a radius of 30 feet, and its original earthy yellow color seemed to have turned incomparably red due to the roasting of the lava. It was emitting a scalding aura, and there were countless tiny spider-like cracks on the turtle shell. Through these cracks, the scorching aura of the lava lake penetrated deeper, wantonly attacking a group of young men and women who were struggling to stand on the turtle shell. This group of people were the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were among them. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 2 other men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people. The turtle shell wasn't too big, just enough for the 5 of them to stand on. At this moment, all 5 of them were on the verge of collapse, their faces extremely pale, and their Saint Chi fluctuations were almost non-existent. Wei Guchang's situation was the best among the 5, but he had long since lost his previous high spirits. His face was filled with bitterness and annoyance, and only when he looked at Dong Xianer would a trace of tenderness and reluctance flash across his eyes. Every time he saw his beloved woman in the same boat as him, Wei Guchang's body would inexplicably surge with strength, making his situation better. If it weren't for this obsession in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago. Once he collapsed, the 5 people of Shadow Moon Hall would definitely be wiped out. Dong Xianer was still gentle and quiet. Since she fell into this barrier, she hadn't said much, only occasionally cheering her fellow disciples on and encouraging them to hold on a little longer. But who would have thought that this white-robed woman who always smiled gently at others, as if she would be satisfied as long as she could be with Wei Guchang even if the sky fell down, was now a lamp that had run out of oil. Everything was just an act she put on. She had the same idea as Wei Guchang. That was, she couldn't let the other 3 see her weakness and discouragement. Once either of them was discouraged, the situation would only get worse. Except for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the situation of the other 3 was extremely bad. The 2 male disciples' faces were ashen, and their eyes were dim, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the slightest bit of light. They were constantly muttering to themselves, and under the threat of death, they had already lost their minds and were in a complete mess. The other tall woman in a red dress was also unable to bear the burden. The tears on her cheeks were clearly visible, and she seemed to have cried herself dry. She only knew how to mechanically pour the newly restored Saint Chi into the turtle shell, barely maintaining its defense. But whether it was Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, or the other 3 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, They all knew that as long as no one came to rescue them in a day or two, they would definitely die. They had been trapped here for too long, and everyone's Saint Chi had been exhausted. In this damned place, they couldn't use their secret arts to restore themselves, and could only rely on Saint crystals and pills. It was simply impossible to make ends meet. It was better when they had pills, but after all of them were exhausted a few days ago, no matter how much energy they absorbed from Saint crystals, they still couldn't make up for their losses. The artifact armor on everyone's body was dim, and they no longer had any extra Saint Chi to maintain the operation of their artifact armor. If they were just trapped in the lava lake, it wouldn't be difficult for the 5 core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to find a way to reach the shore. But what made them helpless was that no matter how they urged the turtle shell under their feet, it wouldn't budge. It was as if there was a magical force in the lava lake that firmly bound the 5 of them in place. To make matters worse, some kind of barrier had been set up in the lava lake, and from time to time, lava would gather and attack them from all directions. This caused the 5 of them to be constantly in danger. Fortunately, Wei Guchang was always able to erupt with a bit of his strength at the most critical moments, so the 5 of them didn't suffer any losses. However, Wei Guchang himself was riddled with scars. His body was covered in dark red burns, and the fire poison had gathered in these wounds to form a black aura. Wei Guchang didn't have any extra strength to expel this poison and could only allow it to gradually erode his vitality and strength. Gradually, a trace of black aura climbed onto Wei Guchang's pale face, making him look like his situation was very bad. "Brother!" Seeing this scene, Dong Xianer's heart trembled and she almost cried, "I'm sorry." Wei Guchang grinned and said with full strength, "There's nothing to be sorry about between you and me. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future. But if I didn't want to come here to explore, we wouldn't have fallen into this barrier." Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed. It was precisely because she found this place a little strange that she wanted to explore it. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into this place, the ground would crack inch by inch. The originally innumerable cracks in the ground suddenly sank, and large amounts of hot lava emerged, trapping the 5 of them in the center. Unable to fly, the 5 of them could only rely on this piece of turtle shell that they had just found to barely keep their lives. But if they wanted to leave this place, it was impossible. It was unknown whether this piece of turtle shell was left behind by a 10th-order monster beast after its death, but it was abnormally strong. Even after being baked in the lava lake for more than a month, it still didn't shatter and only had many small cracks. But now, this turtle shell didn't look too good, as if it would shatter at any time. Don't say that. Where there's profit, there's danger. The 5 of us agreed to come here to explore. It has nothing to do with you. Wei Guchang said calmly, "If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have found that good thing. Once we leave this place, we'll divide that thing equally. I'm sure everyone's strength will increase by a lot. Can we still leave this place?" The tall woman in the red dress looked at Wei Guchang with her beautiful eyes, and a few drops of tears suddenly seeped out of her big eyes. She said sadly, "Brother Gu and junior sister Lu died when we just entered the 3rd layer. Could it be that their resentful spirits are taking revenge on us for not saving them at that time?" Hearing this woman's words, the expressions of the other 2 male disciples changed greatly, as if they were recalling the situation more than a month ago. Their originally pale faces instantly lost all color. Wei Guchang looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Gu and junior sister Lu were killed by the fire spirit beast. It's not that we didn't want to save them, we just couldn't do anything. When the heavens come, there's no way to avoid it. What happened to us has nothing to do with them, so don't think too much." The death of the 2 junior brother and junior sister had left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the others. This was because before entering Lu Yen's Sandyland, all of them were full of confidence. They were all core disciples with good qualifications and strength, and all of them felt that Lu Yen's Sandyland wasn't that great. They felt that with their own abilities, they could definitely obtain enough benefits in Lu Yen's Sandyland, and then soar to the sky and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. When they were moving around the 1st and 2nd layer, it was incomparably easy, and they didn't encounter any danger. But when they entered the 3rd layer, they lost 2 people. In the past, they lived together, cultivated together, and even talked and laughed with their fellow disciples who died tragically under their own eyes. No one would feel good in their heart. Although Wei Guchang was very disgusted by this kind of negative thinking, he could understand the feelings of his fellow disciples, so he didn't reprimand them. If he hadn't been wandering in the outside world all this time, and had been like these fellow disciples, cultivating behind closed doors in the sect all day long, his mental endurance wouldn't be so strong. Sure enough, only plants that had been exposed to wind and rain would grow strong and healthy. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Every one of them was favored by the heavens, and were worshipped by countless junior brothers and junior sisters. Usually, they were very fierce in sparring, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there was a chance to go back, he should talk to his master and elder Qian. If the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed in the hands of the next generation. Wei Guchang secretly made up his mind. Chapter 12:16. Brother, you sent a message to junior brother Yang, did he reply? Dong Xianer suddenly looked at Wei Guchang and asked. No. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly. Could it be that junior brother Yang? Dong Xianer hesitated, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Do you think he'll fall here? Wei Guchang chuckled and then shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. With his means and ability, as long as he isn't as unlucky as us, encountering such a strange barrier, he definitely won't fall. Then why hasn't he replied yet? Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai should have encountered something, so he hadn't replied to them. Wei Guchang didn't know how to answer for a while, pondering for a moment before sighing. Maybe brother Yang didn't check his communication artifact. Before coming in, I felt that he wanted to act alone. Although I gave him a communication artifact, if he didn't check it, how could he know that we were trapped here and couldn't leave? But now, he's the only person I can ask for help, and with his ability, he will definitely be able to enter the third layer. I hope our luck is good. Brother Wei, the lava barrier has erupted again. One of the two male disciples suddenly shouted nervously. The remaining 4 people paled and turned their heads to look, discovering that the lava lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, now seemed to be boiling. More bubbles were rising from below, and some of them were close by, bursting with fire poison and corrosive force that quickly spread towards the 5 people. Wei Guchang let out a cold snort and waved his hand. A crimson thunderfire flickered and blocked the fire poison and corrosive force outside of his body. But after moving, Wei Guchang's body shook slightly. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of the fire poison and corrosive force, but now that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, using any means would put a huge burden on him. He's here. The male disciple cried out in a trembling voice. The dark red lava in the lava lake surged and turned into pillars of fire, rushing towards the center from all directions. This kind of situation had happened countless times in the past month. Every time, the 5 of them had to work together to block the explosion of the restriction. However, it seemed to be a little different this time. Why are there so many? When the tall woman saw the number of restrictions erupting, her beautiful face changed, and she was almost dumbfounded. This time, the number of attacks from the restrictions seemed to be much more than before. Previously, they were already having a hard time dealing with it. Wei Guchang was even more injured. Now that everyone was no longer at their peak, how could they withstand this wave of killing power? It's over. The tall female disciple and the other 2 male disciples all had ashen faces as they stared blankly at the oncoming lava pillar. They didn't even have the intention to resist. Instead, they looked like they were resigned to their fate. Don't panic. Wei Guchang shouted in a low voice as he and Dong Xianer poured all of their remaining strength into the tortoise shell, activating its protection. On the scorched red tortoise shell, a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. This light curtain contained a very rich water attribute aura and enveloped the 5 of them. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the pillars of lava shot out and all of them crashed into the light barrier. The blue light barrier swayed and was on the verge of collapse after just the first wave of attacks. By the time the second wave of attacks arrived, the light curtain had completely collapsed. Wei Guchang's heart went cold, knowing that they were really doomed this time. If his 3 junior brother and junior sister hadn't resigned themselves to death, they might have been able to hold on for a few more breaths, but they hadn't done anything. With just him and the protection of the tortoise shell couldn't support them. Forget it. Being able to die under this strange barrier was not a disgrace to his wisdom, but Wei Guchang turned his head to look at Dong Xian'er and happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes met, the two of them smiled faintly, not needing to say anything. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a couple of unusual sounds were emitted. It seemed that there was some kind of energy shooting over from a great distance away. Immediately, many shields that appeared to be agglomerated from black flames suddenly appeared around the tortoise shell. They appeared one after another in a densely packed manner, directly covering the space around the 5 of them. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by the shields. One shield after another was shattered, but even more shields were formed, completely protecting the space around the tortoise shell. Immediately after, numerous pitch-black sword rays shot over from the distance, sweeping away many of the lava pillars that were charging over. Having narrowly escaped death, the 5 people on the tortoise shell all revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sword chi. Brother Yang. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who had saved him at the critical moment was actually Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a jet-black demon sword in his hand, like an ancient demon god who had descended, constantly slashing out black sword chi. Catch! Yang Kai took out his purple shield from his space ring while reducing the pressure on Wei Guchang and the others, throwing it over with all his strength. The shield was his artifact and only he could display its full power, but it was incomparably sturdy, refined from the hard shell of a 9th-order monster beast, so it had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was fine to give it to Wei Guchang for a while. The purple shield turned into a streak of purple light and smoothly fell into Wei Guchang's hands. After catching the shield, Wei Guchang immediately used it to block the most concentrated lava pillars. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai from afar, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. After this calamity, I'll have a good talk with you. And there's also this. Take it." Yang Kai nodded and threw over a jade bottle. This time, Dong Xian'er reached out and caught it. She opened the bottle cap and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a snow pill." The 3 junior brother and junior sister of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard this and hurriedly said, "Senior sister Dong, quickly give me one." The 5 of them had already consumed all their pills, so the arrival of the snow pill could be said to be a timely help. Taking one would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Dong Xian'er nodded and poured out the snow pill one by one, giving one to each of them. Then, she stuffed one into Wei Guchang's mouth and finally took it herself. As soon as the ice and snow pills entered their stomachs, an icy cold aura suddenly gushed out from their bodies, dispersing the unbearable heat and fire poison. The 3 of them were all in high spirits, as if they had suddenly recovered some of their strength. They were no longer willing to wait for death, so they all used their own methods to block the lava pillars that had shattered the grand heavenly shield. On the shore of the lava lake, Yang Kai used the profound heavenly sword to help Wei Guchang and the others disperse the pressure. From time to time, he would use his Saint Chi to condense the grand heavenly shield for them from a distance. As for the ugly woman who came with him, she only took a deep breath when she reached the shore. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but on the way here, she hadn't even breathed, but she had followed closely behind Yang Kai and only began to recover after arriving here. Seeing that the situation was critical, she silently threw out a handkerchief-like artifact that transformed into a pink cloud that constantly fluttered around Wei Guchang and the others. All the lava pillars that were enveloped by this pink cloud disappeared. "Huh, a pink handkerchief?" Dong Xian'er recognized this artifact at a glance and glanced towards the shore thoughtfully. After seeing the figure of the ugly woman, she was pleasantly surprised. Why is elder sister Dai Yuan with brother Yang? As far as she knew, Dai Yuan had always been a lone wolf because of her appearance. Even if she was from the same sect, she would not travel with them. Yang Kai also seemed to be a person who preferred to travel alone, so for these two to be together was really strange. Maybe we just happened to meet on the way here. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, but in any case, this calamity should be over. Later, we'll have Brother Yang find a way to get us out. Good, elder sister Dai Yuan's snow silk should be fine, it shouldn't be afraid of the lava here. Dong Xian was also in high spirits, and when the remaining 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples heard what they said, their faces lit up with smiles, no longer showing any signs of sadness or despair. The lethality of the eruption of the lava lake's barrier wasn't too great, but its ability to trap people was something Wei Guchang and the others couldn't do. With the help of Yang Kai and the woman named Dai Yuan, Wei Guchang's group of 5 managed to block the eruption of the barrier without suffering any injuries. After everything calmed down, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was not something they could experience often. Wei Guchang and the others sat on the tortoise shell and adjusted their breathing. After a while, he stood up and shouted to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, don't rush into this lava lake. Even my origin-grade artifact can't withstand the heat of this lava and will be destroyed in an instant. How do we get you out?" Yang Kai had already investigated this lava lake while they were recovering. The lava here was extraordinary, and even with his strength, he didn't dare to enter it easily. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Wei Guchang spoke up. "Just ask little sister Dai Yuan to help." Wei Guchang smiled at the woman beside Yang Kai. "So her name is Dai Yuan." Yang Kai also didn't know this woman's name until this moment. Hearing this, Dai Yuan bit her lower lip lightly and said to Wei Guchang, "I don't know if the snow silk can withstand this lava. If it's destroyed, we'll have to think of another way." This Wei understands. "If the snow silk is destroyed, I will definitely compensate little sister Dai Yuan." Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Who cares about your compensation? I just want to save little sister Xian." Dai Yuan snorted, seemingly disliking Wei Guchang, causing the other party to smile awkwardly. Although she said so, she quickly took out the white silk thread Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai had seen her use this thing when she was fighting with the heaven-battling Union disciple. At the time, he hadn't known what it was refined from, but now he understood. It was actually snow silk. Chapter 12:17. Snow silkworms were extremely rare and could only survive in extremely cold places. What's more, snow silkworms didn't produce silk as they would only mature after 200 to 300 years. Once every 10 years, they would produce a tiny bit of silk each time. If one wanted to refine such an artifact, it would take at least several hundred years of accumulation. This woman named Dai Yuan actually possessed an artifact refined from snow silkworm silk, which made Yang Kai look at her in a new light. Being able to be familiar with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and possessing such a precious artifact, it seemed her status wasn't low. Just as Yang Kai was guessing about her origins, Dai Yuan had already arrived at the edge of the lava lake, her brow furrowed as she stared at it, constantly probing it with her divine sense. After a long time, she took out her snow silkworm silk artifact with a dignified expression. With a flick of her finger, a thin, almost imperceptible snow-white silk thread shot out from her fingertip and flew a dozen meters or so. However, this distance was far from enough. The turtle shell where Wei Guchang and the others were standing was at least 300 meters away from the shore, so the snow silkworm silk was only able to fly halfway before it fell into the lava lake. As soon as it fell into the lava lake, the ice attribute contained in the silk violently conflicted with the heat of the lava, causing a cloud of white steam to rise up, making it almost impossible to see anything. Dai Yuan's expression became more and more dignified as she held onto the end of the snow silkworm silk with one hand and madly poured her Saint Qi into it to resist the heat of the lava while simultaneously controlling her snow silkworm silk to extend towards Wei Guchang and the others. Everyone was nervously paying attention to her movements, the 5 people on the turtle shell especially worried. Although the snow silkworm silk was an ice attribute artifact, whether it could resist the heat of the lava was still unknown. After all, Wei Guchang and the others had more than 1 or 2 of their artifacts destroyed here. Almost every one of them had one or two artifacts destroyed by the lava, many of which were origin-grade artifacts. If even a treasure like the snow silk couldn't pass through the lava, then they could only wait for death. Amidst the boiling water, Dai Yuan bit her red lips and formed a series of seals with her hands, causing the cold qi inside the snow silk to suddenly rise sharply, suppressing the scorching heat of the lava. Crack, 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 a crisp sound rang out. Visible to the naked eye, a small frozen path suddenly appeared on the surface of the lava lake. The path was only a finger wide, but it was spreading towards Wei Guchang and the others at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was overjoyed. They could clearly see that this frozen path was created by the ice energy of the snow silk, which had frozen the lava. The fine silk was hidden in the frozen path. In the blink of an eye, the frozen path had extended about 30 meters forward. However, at this moment, the speed at which it was extending suddenly decreased. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to Dai Yuan's movements, also noticed that an abnormal flush had appeared on her face. Obviously, she was not able to hold on any longer. Sure enough, the speed at which the frozen path was extending forward became slower and slower, and when it was only a few dozen meters away from the turtle shell, it was unable to advance any further. On the contrary, the frozen path showed signs of rapidly melting. This scene made the faces of the 5 people who had been standing on the turtle shell waiting for rescue turn gloomy. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were slightly better off and their expressions quickly returned to normal, but the other 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples once again fell into despair. They had thought that they could be easily rescued, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now that they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be able to do it, their hearts immediately sank. Separated by a distance of more than 300 meters, Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer stared at each other. Dong Xianer's eyes filled with worry. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but rather that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage Yuan Qi. Sure enough, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and a look of determination flashed across her face as she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned a deep red and an ice-cold aura burst forth from it, spreading all the way to the end of the path. The ice path that was originally showing signs of melting was once again frozen solid, and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally began to move forward, once again sealing the magma along its path. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he paid close attention to Dai Yuan's movements. After she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan sacrificed her blood essence to control the snow silk, she wouldn't necessarily be able to deliver it to Wei Guchang and the others. Moreover, even if she delivered it with the current state of Wei Guchang and the others, they wouldn't be able to hold onto the snow silk and save themselves. This snow silk was extremely sharp and cold, not something that Wei Guchang could resist in his current state. As such, he had to make a trip over. Taking advantage of the frozen path created by the snow silk, Yang Kai was confident that he could run over smoothly. The frozen path quickly spread towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran over. Seeing this scene, Wei Guchang's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of emotion. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do? Without wasting any time, Wei Guchang quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate this snow silk artifact. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, the cold and sharp nature of it won't be easy to resist." "I know." Yang Kai responded faintly as he ran to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 meters away from the turtle shell, and although it was still extending forward, its speed had once again decreased. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to control this artifact and instead condensed a layer of demonic flame around his hand before grabbing towards the end of the frozen path. With a kacha sound, Yang Kai dug a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his hand, he was holding a red snow silk. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy actions, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. For an ordinary cultivator, let alone holding the snow silk, even approaching it would cause their body to stiffen from the cold, but Yang Kai was really holding it in his hand at this moment. Not only was he not frozen, even his hand wasn't cut off, only drops of golden blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers. However, Dai Yuan wasn't an ordinary person, so after being stunned for a moment, she immediately reacted and cooperated with Yang Kai to extend her snow silk. Just now, in the lava, it had been very difficult for her to extend her snow silk because of the heat of the lava, but now that the snow silk was in Yang Kai's hand, she could naturally use her divine technique with ease. The snow silk immediately extended endlessly. Yang Kai held one end of the snow silk in one hand while using his other hand to form a grand heavenly shield in the lava. Leaping out of the frozen path, Yang Kai stepped onto his grand heavenly shield and immediately took another step forward. As soon as his foot landed, a second grand heavenly shield appeared and supported him, but as soon as he stepped forward, the grand heavenly shield shattered. The situation was extremely tense, and the 5 Shadow Moon Hall disciples were all sweating nervously for Yang Kai, fearing that he would miss a step and fall into the lava lake. Only 5 meters away from the turtle shell, Yang Kai only needed to take a dozen or so steps to reach it. Wei Guchang and the others had already moved aside to allow Yang Kai to land. After reaching the turtle shell, Yang Kai just nodded lightly to Wei Guchang before using the snow silk in his hand to tie up the turtle shell. After confirming that it was secure enough, he turned to Wei Guchang and said, "I should be able to take 2 people back. Who wants to go back with me?" Wei Guchang didn't even think about it and simply pointed to the tall woman and the other young-looking male disciple and said, "Take them back." Dong Xianer also nodded, agreeing with Wei Guchang's opinion. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed one in each hand, then stood on the turtle shell and motioned to Dai Yuan who was standing on the shore. Dai Yuan's face became solemn as she pushed her Saint Qi, causing the snow silkworm silk to immediately spring up and allow Yang Kai to step on it and return. Condensing the grand heavenly shield to act as a foothold was only a temporary measure. The temperature of the lava was too high, so even the grand heavenly shield could only be used for a moment. If one was not careful, they would fall into the lava lake. Yang Kai had taken a huge risk by rushing over just now, so now that he was returning, he would rather be cut by the snow silk than try again. The male disciple who was being held under Yang Kai's armpit turned pale and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the lava lake below, completely motionless. On the other hand, the tall female disciple, for some unknown reason, was hugging Yang Kai tightly, her tender body almost sticking to Yang Kai's body. Her full breasts were incredibly supple, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, as if she would rather die than face this terrifying lava. Men and women had completely different reactions when faced with danger. In an instant, Yang Kai returned to the shore and put down the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Both of them were gasping for breath, the female disciple patting her towering chest, a look of joy on her face as she rejoiced at having survived a disaster. After Yang Kai returned, Dai Yuan tried to drag the turtle shell but found that it was as if it had grown out of the lava lake and wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she pushed her Saint Qi, she couldn't drag it back. Helplessly, she could only turn to Yang Kai and stare at Yang Kai's bloody feet with a pleading look on her face. Now, among everyone present, she needed to control the snow silk and straighten it to form a simple passage. Wei Guchang and the others were like arrows at the end of their flight, so it was impossible for them to come ashore on their own. The only one who could save them was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had clearly suffered some injuries this time, so Dai Yuan didn't know if Yang Kai would cut off his feet if he tried again. This woman had obviously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although the sharpness of the snow silk had surprised Yang Kai because even his body had been injured by it, it was impossible for it to seriously injure him. Whether it was the wounds on his palms or feet, they had all been healed by now. The restorative ability of his golden blood had always been so powerful that even the cold energy contained in the snow silk had been dispelled by Yang Kai, not affecting him in the slightest. Chapter 12:18. What made Dai Yuan feel relieved though was that before she could even ask, Yang Kai had already taken the initiative to return, allowing her to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this person's friendship with Wei Guchang was quite good, otherwise, why would he take such a risk to save them? After a brief struggle, Dai Yuan finally managed to bring the remaining 3 people ashore. Strangely enough, when there was no one left on the lava lake, the originally tumbling huge bubble, like the boiling lava lake, suddenly sank rapidly. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, the lava lake that had trapped Wei Guchang and the others for a month strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. All that was left was a tortoise shell with many cracks, which had been roasted red, and the dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. It was as if everything and all the tribulations that he had experienced before were just an illusion. This kind of barrier stunned even Yang Kai, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Wei Guchang and the others had been trapped there, unable to escape. If it had been him, he would definitely have been trapped there as well. However, Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't have been trapped there for so long. In terms of Saint Chi density, Wei Guchang and the others were inferior to him, so he could have taken the risk of using the Grand Heavenly Shield as a support point to break out of the lava lake. However, the Saint Chi in Wei Guchang and the others' bodies couldn't accomplish this. After the lava lake disappeared, the force that had been restraining the tortoise shell also disappeared, allowing Dai Yuan to easily drag it back from the distance. This tortoise shell aroused Yang Kai's great interest. He had personally experienced the lethality of lava, but this seemingly ordinary tortoise shell had actually been able to float above it for so long, so it was definitely not ordinary. While Wei Guchang and the others were restoring themselves, Yang Kai was studying this tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was full of crisscrossing ravines and was obviously quite old. Moreover, this tortoise was definitely a long-lived monster beast, having lived for at least several thousand years. The tortoise shell was full of traces left behind by the flowing time Great Emperor. This is the shell of a 10th-order monster beast, the Blackwater tortoise. Just as Yang Kai was studying this thing, a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ear. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Dai Yuan. You know. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yes, I've seen it in some ancient books. Dai Yuan squatted down, stretched out her jade white hand, and touched the patterns and grooves on the tortoise shell, a trace of sadness flashing across her face. I just don't know who killed it. This tortoise shell seems to have been refined by someone, otherwise, Sister Xian, and the others wouldn't have been able to display the water attribute power contained within it. I really didn't expect there to be a 10th grade monster beast in a place like this. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Forget about a 10th order, even a 9th order monster beast was a rare existence on Shadowed Star. If a 10th order monster beast were to appear in the outside world, it would definitely be an invincible existence that would bring a huge catastrophe to all of Shadowed Star. Maybe there isn't a 10th order monster beast here, or maybe it existed a long time ago and is gone now, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. How can you be so sure? Dai Yuan looked at him strangely. I'm just saying, Yang Kai chuckled but didn't explain. He had obtained the soul-cleansing divine water in Lu Yen Sand Field and knew that an Origin King Realm Master had died here before. Since an Origin King Realm Master had died here, it wasn't strange for a 10th order monster beast to die here as well. However, after experiencing so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Lu Yen Sand Field was not simple and was definitely not an ordinary forbidden zone. There must be some kind of secret hidden inside it. This time, the threat to the third layer had been greatly reduced, allowing many elites to enter. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of accident had caused this. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask and simply smiled before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dai Yuan, from Colored Glass Sect." Colored Glass Sect? Yang Kai was taken aback. Who is In Su Dai to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention In Su Dai, a trace of disgust flashed across Dai Yuan's brow, but she quickly recovered and said lightly, "She is my junior sister." For some unknown reason, her tone had become inexplicably cold, seemingly because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. Yang Kai couldn't be blamed for this, as the only person he knew about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. He hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and wasn't a native cultivator, so how could he know anything about Colored Glass Sect? That woman is actually your junior sister? Yang Kai seemed to be re-examining Dai Yuan, looking her up and down with a strange expression. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of In Su Dai, but he also didn't have any ill feelings towards her. He just felt that this woman was a bit slick and charming, an existence on par with Fong Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and Wei Guchang. Yang Kai didn't know how much real talent she possessed, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her fame. Now that Dai Yuan said that In Su Dai was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was quite surprised. Dai Yuan was a good person and always kept a low profile, unlike In Su Dai, who was always the focus of attention wherever she went. On top of that, the two of them had very different appearances, so it was naturally strange that these two women were actually senior sister. The surprise only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai quickly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly smiled. "No wonder you're so strong, it turns out you're from Colored Glass sect. You're also not bad." Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his soul. This First Order Saint King young man's performance had always surprised her. "What's wrong?" Big brother Yang didn't know that little sister Dai Yuan was from Colored Glass sect? Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer walked over together. Looking at their appearances, it seemed that they had recovered quite a bit. After all, Yang Kai had just given them some pills. These recovery pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, and their restorative effects were far superior to those sold on the market. "I didn't know, the two of us just happened to meet halfway and happened to receive a message from you, so we rushed over together." Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Guchang. "On behalf of junior brother and junior sister, this Wei thanks the two of you for your great kindness." Wei Guchang walked over and immediately bowed to Dong Xianer respectfully. Yang Kai quickly helped them up, but before he could speak, Wei Guchang sternly said, "Big brother Yang, this time, if you and little sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time, even if it had been just a quarter of an hour later, Xian and I would have already gone to the Yellow Springs together. There's nothing else to say, but if there is anything this Wei can do for you in the future, feel free to ask. Even if there is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, this Wei will not hesitate to help." It seemed that it wasn't until this moment that Wei Guchang really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Previously, he had gotten along well with Yang Kai largely because of Qian Tong's orders and also because he appreciated Yang Kai. But after this life-saving grace, Wei Guchang had lowered his posture. If it was only his life, it wouldn't be enough to make him lower his head, but Yang Kai had also saved Dong Xianer, a woman he regarded as more important than his own life. This was a great kindness. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. Wei Guchang then turned to Dai Yuan and said, "As for little sister Dai Yuan, I will arrange for Xian to visit Colored Glass sect some other day to express my gratitude. I hope little sister Dai Yuan won't drive us away." Dai Yuan snorted lightly and didn't pay him any attention, simply pulling Dong Xianer's hand and whispering something to her. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Glancing over at his junior brothers and junior sisters who were still recovering, he wasn't in a hurry and simply began chatting with Yang Kai. Through his narration, Yang Kai learned about the hardships they had experienced in Shadow Moon Hall. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that their luck wasn't good enough. A total of more than 70 people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, of which nearly 50 remained in the first layer flame area while the remaining 20 entered the second layer treasure area and split up into several teams to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Through communication artifacts, they were able to communicate with one another peacefully and had a bountiful harvest. When news of the weakening of the third layer spread, Wei Guchang immediately gathered some of the most elite members, gathering a total of 7 people, and rushed to the third layer. However, as soon as they entered the third layer flame area, they were surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. After a long battle, 2 of them fell. Wei Guchang brought up the rear, saving the lives of the others. Without waiting for them to recover from the grief of losing their companions, he stepped into the ancient restriction. They had been trapped for more than a month and were only rescued today. When Wei Guchang spoke of this, his face was full of annoyance. Of course, bad luck played a part in this, but it was also because they were not strong enough. Forget about this ancient barrier, even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they wouldn't be able to see through it and would be trapped inside. However, the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really because they weren't strong enough, resulting in the loss of their companions. Compared to these encounters, Yang Kai found that his luck was simply off the charts. Huge fire crystal stones, brilliant fire crystal essence, map fragments, soul-cleansing divine water, 9-branched jade crystal tree, suspected dragon bones and dragon beads, saint crystal loads, various spirit grasses, spirit fruits and spirit medicines, and that strange and dignified space. Yang Kai's harvest along the way was simply unimaginable. If Wei Guchang knew about these things, what would he think? He would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. In short, since entering the third layer, Wei Guchang and the others had obtained nothing else except for a few fire crystal stones. They had wasted more than a month here. Fortunately, they didn't suffer any losses in the end. If 5 of them had died here, it would have been really bad news. If Shadow Moon Hall lost so many elites at once, there would be a huge gap in the number of people below. It wouldn't be obvious in a short time, but once the Saint Kings of other forces grew, the decline of Shadow Moon Hall would be exposed. No one could bear such a result. Chapter 12:19. Brother Yang, are you interested in this tortoise shell? Wei Guchang complained for a while before suddenly asking a random question. If you're interested, feel free to take it. Although this thing is unusual, it's cracked a lot, so I don't know if it has any use. He knew that Yang Kai had a powerful artifact refiner behind him, and this kind of 10th-order monster beast material was the favorite of those skilled artifact refiners. Even if he brought this tortoise shell back, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to refine it into an artifact. Grandmaster Golin was already very old and hadn't refined an artifact for many years. Elder Qian had also been trying to extend Grandmaster Golin's lifespan over the years, but the results had been minimal. Grandmaster Golin's condition was getting worse and worse, causing Elder Qian's heart to ache. What's more, with Grandmaster Golin's level of artifact refiner, he might not be able to refine this tortoise shell, so it was better to give it to Yang Kai now. Perhaps this kind of useless material would be able to play its greatest role in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse, simply nodding and putting away the 10th-order monster beast's tortoise shell in front of Wei Guchang. While the two of them were talking, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also whispering to each other in the distance. However, at this moment, Dai Yuan was holding a jade bottle in her hand as well as a pill in her palm. This pill was round and light blue in color, exuding a delicate fragrance that made one feel relaxed and refreshed upon smelling it. When Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes stared at this pill, a trace of imperceptible excitement and expectation flashed across them, followed by a look of admiration. Dong Xianer didn't say anything to disturb her. She knew why her close friend was showing such an expression, so she simply stood quietly to the side. This pill wasn't a rare treasure, just an ordinary recovery pill used to restore one's strength, but its grade wasn't low, Saint King grade high rank. It was one of the pills Yang Kai had just given to Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer hadn't finished using it yet, but Dai Yuan took it and carefully inspected it. After a long time, Dai Yuan placed the pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Dong Xianer before taking a deep breath. "How is it?" Dong Xianer asked. "What an amazing alchemy technique. I can't do it. This pill's medicinal properties have already been refined to the pinnacle. If my luck is a bit better, I'll be able to form pill veins. On the surface of the pill, there are faint traces of pill veins. Unfortunately, I don't know why it failed at the last moment." Dai Yuan showed a look of regret and shock. "It's not just this one, all the others are like this. This alchemist's skill in alchemy has already reached the limit." "So powerful?" Dong Xianer was taken aback, her apricot mouth opening slightly, being able to cause so many Saint King grade pills to almost form pill veins. Doesn't that mean the one who refined this pill was an origin grade alchemist? It should be an origin grade alchemist. When Dai Yuan said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing this look, Dong Xianer didn't know what she was thinking and quickly said, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, don't worry, this matter will eventually be resolved." Dai Yuan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear before saying lightly, I know, I'm not in a hurry. It's been so many years already. By the way, little sister Xian, what is the origin of that Yang Kai? She seemed to suddenly become interested in Yang Kai and began inquiring about Yang Kai. Dong Xianer didn't hide anything and immediately told Dai Yuan everything she knew. When she heard that Yang Kai had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and had only met by chance, so if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Yang Kai and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot to say to one another. Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchang, Yang Kai learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone, so he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yen opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchang. At that time, Wei Guchang proposed that Yang Kai act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Yang Kai along would definitely be a burden and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you, return to the 2nd floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the 3rd floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter. Wei Guchang waited for the 3 of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. The 3 of them froze for a moment before immediately understanding why Wei Guchang had made such a decision. Back at the lava lake, the performance of the 3 of them was really inconsistent with their status as elite disciples, so now that Wei Guchang had ordered them to return to the 2nd layer, they didn't dare disobey and all of them nodded in shame, warning Big Brother Wei and Senior Sister Dong to be careful. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his junior brother and junior sister, in the end, they were still fellow disciples and he still remembered their friendship. Before they left, he gave them all the pills he and Dong Xianer hadn't used. The 3 of them said their goodbyes with tears in their eyes, but before they could set off, the sky above Lu Yen's sand field suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but they didn't find anything wrong. Just as they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed in a certain direction in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The sun. Looking in the direction she was pointing, everyone was stunned when they saw the strange phenomenon. At the edge of the sky, a red sun was rising. The bright red light almost dyed the entire sky into a gorgeous color. It was because of the rise of this red sun that everyone felt that their field of vision was much brighter. But no one thought this was really the sun. It had been a few months since they entered the Lu Yen sand field, but in this strange space, there was no sun, no moon, no stars, not even the sky. Looking up, all they could see was a red space, the dark red cracks on the ground, giving off a feeling that it was the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden zone? Yang Kai's first reaction was that someone was fighting, and that someone was using some kind of powerful artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was impossible. The red sun was clearly far away, at least a few hundred kilometers away from here, yet even at such a distance, the red sun was still able to affect his vision. Only an Origin King-grade artifact could achieve such an effect. Which great force would allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into the Lu Yen sand field? There were so many dangers here that no one could guarantee their own survival. Even Wei Guchang had almost died here. Unless the elders of that great sect were stupid enough to allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into this place. Each of these artifacts was a hallowed treasure of their respective sect and could not be used easily. What's more, even if this was the case, with the strength of a Saint King Realm cultivator here, they would not be able to use an Origin King-grade artifact. Forcibly using it would only cause a backlash. What is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. Even though he had seen all kinds of incredible things in the Lu Yen sand field, he still could not understand the scene in front of him. However, faintly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure it out, causing him to frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the barrier around the Lu Yen sand field has been broken? A male disciple of Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said made sense. The barrier around the Lu Yen sand field had been broken, so naturally, one could see the scene outside. If the sun happened to rise from the east at this time, one could indeed see such a scene. Wei Guchang shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xianer leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him? With no other choice, Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these two doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Chapter 12:20. The rising of the red sun shocked all the cultivator in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field. On a hill, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator wearing golden robes stood behind Chu Changfeng, their eyes filled with shock as they stared towards the place where the red sun was rising. After recovering from their shock, these Saint King Realm cultivators began whispering to each other about what this red sun was. Chu Changfeng's face, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. On this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he had indeed seen a lot of good things, but it seemed that he hadn't obtained any substantial benefits, especially the soul-cleansing divine water, which had become a thorn in his heart. Now that such a phenomenon had appeared, it immediately attracted his attention. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go take a look." Immediately leading his fellow disciples, he quickly rushed towards the direction where the red sun was rising. On another plane, there were also 4 cultivators with pure and vigorous Saint Qi. All of these cultivators had arcs of lightning visible to the naked eye flashing around their bodies, and the artifacts they used were also capable of releasing bolts of lightning, giving them an extraordinary display of power. When the red sun rose, these cultivators had just finished encircling a group of fire spirit beasts that had come to harass them. One of them collected the scattered fire crystal stones on the ground and slowly gathered with his companions around a young man with a steady appearance and simple clothes. "Brother Fong, what is that?" someone asked. The young man in simple clothes slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Let's go take a look." Such a phenomenon appearing in the Luoyang sandfield is very likely the birth of some kind of treasure. Saying so, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight in the direction of the rising red sun. His pace seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but lightning flashed under his feet as his figure floated forward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several hundred feet. On a towering rock, a man with an indifferent expression was meditating and adjusting his breathing. At this moment, he also looked towards the red sun and after a moment of contemplation, immediately got up. In the depths of the third layer of the flame area, a man who looked to be in his 30s was struggling to resist the heat waves and fire poison. It seemed that he wanted to go deeper, but when the red sun rose, he turned around and glanced at it. Immediately, his face was filled with shock and ecstasy. He muttered, "It's actually this kind of thing that matured. Ha!" After saying that, he immediately turned around and impatiently rushed in the direction of the red sun, as if he was afraid that the benefits would be taken away if he was late. Many similar situations were occurring everywhere in the third layer. The elite disciples of the major forces who had broken into the third layer were all rushing towards red sun at this moment. Everyone was guessing what had caused such a phenomenon and whether it was the birth of some kind of precious treasure. But before they could reach the red sun, a fiery red gust of wind suddenly swept towards them. This gust of wind contained an extremely hot aura, causing all the cultivators' expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to defend themselves. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fierce gust of wind did not cause any damage to anyone. Instead, a strange fragrance wafted throughout the entire third layer of the Luoyang sandfield. This was a kind of fruity fragrance that made one's spirit soar 100 times over. It even contained some very strange power that was difficult to describe, making one want to immerse themselves in it and comprehend it. But no one stopped to try and comprehend it. Just smelling this fragrance had such an effect, so if they could snatch this unknown treasure, what kind of shocking wealth would they obtain? When this fruity fragrance filled the air, everyone's expression became even more excited and their speed increased. Beside the dried-up lava lake, Yang Kai and the others were also hit by the fiery red gust of wind. After smelling the magical fruity fragrance lingering at the tip of their noses, Yang Kai trembled and shouted, "The spirit fruit has matured." Only now did he finally determine that the rising sun was not caused by some kind of artifact, nor was it the birth of some kind of precious treasure, but rather the maturing of some kind of spirit fruit. The pervasive fruity fragrance in the air was the best evidence. Immediately, the name of a nearly extinct spirit fruit popped up in his mind, causing him to shout almost at the same time as Yang Kai. On the other side, Dai Yuan also exclaimed, "Red candle fruit?" Yang Kai glanced at Dai Yuan in surprise, not having expected that a disciple from Colored Glass sect would actually know about a heaven-defying treasure like the red candle fruit. As far as he knew, this kind of spirit fruit had almost disappeared, not even appearing in the outside world. It was the same as the soul-warming lotus and the 9-branched jade crystal tree, all of which had only been passed down through legend and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But this Dai Yuan had actually pointed it out, surprising Yang Kai. Red candle fruit? Dong Xianer had the best relationship with Dai Yuan, so she asked bluntly, "What's that?" "An Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit." Dai Yuan grit her teeth and spat out. Except for Yang Kai, who had guessed the truth, everyone else was shocked. It wasn't that there were no Origin King grade spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Shadowed Star, but they were extremely rare. Only 1 or 2 would occasionally appear every few decades, and even if they did appear, 90% of them would be Origin King grade low rank. Even mid-rank ones were extremely rare. But now, in the third layer of the Luoyang sandfield, an Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit had actually appeared. What's its use? Although Dong Xianer forced herself to remain calm, her voice still trembled slightly. The words Origin King grade high rank hit her heart like a heavy sledgehammer. It has many uses. While it is maturing, any cultivator can use its fruity fragrance to comprehend some mysterious principles and enhance their own cultivation. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, It is said that swallowing this fruit will give a cultivator a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. What? This time, even Wei Guchang could not remain calm. There had never been an Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star, so if some great force obtained this spirit fruit called the Red Candle Fruit at this time and allowed an Origin King to appear in their sect, wouldn't they be able to unify the entire starry stars? As a core disciple, how could Wei Guchang not understand the implications of this? If it were something else, he wouldn't have cared, but his Shadow Moon Hall had suffered heavy losses this time, so Wei Guchang didn't want to get involved in any more muddy waters. Originally, he planned to have his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters return to the second layer while he and Dong Xian'er wandered around the third layer to see if they could find any opportunities, but if the red candle fruit really had such a magical effect, even if he had to risk his life, he had to snatch it. And he had to get his hands on it. Once this thing fell into the hands of others, especially their enemies, it would be a disaster for Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang could not sit back and watch this happen. Brother! Dong Xian'er bit her red lips as she looked at Wei Guchang with worry in her beautiful eyes. The latter's expression was gloomy, but he soon made a decision and turned to his junior brothers and junior sisters. You should return to the second layer. Don't interfere with the red candle fruit. This time it will definitely be very chaotic. What about you, Brother Wei? The tall woman asked. I'll go with Xian. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he glanced over at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan chuckled lightly. This kind of rare event, I naturally have to go and take a look. What's more, it's still some time away from ripening, so I can use its fruit fragrance to fuse with my own cultivation. Wei Guchang seemed to have known she would say this and nodded before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, What does Brother Yang think? I'll also go and take a look, Yang Kai said faintly. Good, then let's go. Wei Guchang no longer hesitated. After a day of recovery, he had mostly recovered, so if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to restore himself to his peak. Even if he had to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. The 4 of them quickly flew towards the red candle fruit. On the way, Yang Kai glanced over at Dai Yuan thoughtfully and said with a smile, Sister Dai Yuan seems to be quite proficient in medicinal principles. If she hadn't been immersed in silver herb all year round, it would have been impossible for her to recognize the red candle fruits so quickly. Looking at Dai Yuan's appearance, it was obvious she had read a lot and was very knowledgeable about all kinds of rare and precious spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wei Guchang laughed. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know, but Sister Dai Yuan not only possesses amazing strength but is also a Saint King grade alchemist. This time, Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Dai Yuan to actually be a fellow alchemist like him, but he was an Origin grade alchemist while she was just a Saint King grade alchemist. The gap between them was quite big. Dai Yuan said softly, I'm just a Saint King grade low-rank alchemist, nothing special. My aptitude in the alchemic Tao isn't very good, but Junior Brother Yang, there must be many Origin grade and Origin King grade alchemists out there, right? Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that she should have asked Dong Xian'er about his details, but he didn't mind, just slowly shaking his head and saying, There are indeed many Origin grade alchemists out there, but Origin King grade alchemists are rare. I've never seen one. So Origin King grade alchemists are rare existences in the outside world. Dai Yuan showed a surprised expression. Naturally, there aren't many Origin King grade masters out there either. Dai Yuan heard this and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something, but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Yang Kai to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few 100 kilometers was a distance the group of 4 could cover in a moment, but in the Lu Yen Desert, such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several hundred meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen. So before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits, Dai Yuan urged softly. Chapter 12:21. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other three couldn't help speeding up their pace. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer asked about the Three Suns Grand Opening Wonder while Yang Kai also pretended to be very interested and listened attentively. After Dai Yuan's explanation, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer finally understood what the Three Suns Grand Opening Wonder was, but Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that although Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the Three Suns Grand Opening Wonder, she didn't seem to understand everything. Yang Kai didn't know if the others were the same, but Yang Kai was sure that it wasn't just him and Dai Yuan who recognized the red candle fruit. The most elite cultivators on Shadowed Star were all gathered in the third layer, so there would definitely be others who recognized it. After a full 4 hours, the group of 4 rushed to a valley. This valley wasn't large, and it occupied an area of around 300 meters. Below the valley, there was a dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. There were countless cracks and ravines, but surprisingly, there were some withered trees growing in this valley. The trees were also red in color, and they looked as if they didn't have any vitality. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these trees were clearly not dead, and there was a strange energy that allowed them to survive in this cruel environment. On all sides of the mountain valley, there were at least 20 large and small hills. By the time Kai Yang's group of 4 arrived, about half of these hills had already been occupied. These people were all from their respective sects, occupying these small hills as footholds. Most of the cultivators' eyes lingered on the withered trees in the mountain valley, a look of longing and desire flashing across their eyes. But strangely, no one ventured deep into the mountain valley, making it impossible to tell what everyone was avoiding. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept over them, many of them showing vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was about to ripen, so the fewer people there, the better. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit ripened, the rising red sun had already caused the entire third layer to boil, so it was likely that everyone was rushing over, so even if they were vigilant and disgusted, there was nothing they could do, only glancing over at Yang Kai and the others before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and couldn't help feeling shocked. The scene this time was truly magnificent. There was no need to mention the number of people who had come, all of them elites from great sects. Yang Kai saw people from Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, as well as other young talents he didn't recognize. Altogether, there were at least 70 or 80 people here. Yang Kai's group of 4 had arrived relatively late, so there were definitely more people on the way. Presumably, this place would become even more chaotic. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent cultivator who had previously occupied the center of the soul-cleansing divine water. This guy occupied a small hill all to himself, his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as ever, his figure as straight as a sword as he stood there proudly, but no one dared to come up and find trouble with him. Everyone who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, so no one dared to provoke him, so even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the side of Colored Glass Sect, Yin Su Dai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Xianer, as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else, but after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xianer. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the 4 of them arrived at the top of this hill and, like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed. "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. "The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures." Dai Xianer slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head, "But it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface." "So that's how it is?" Wei Guchang gently nodded. Oh, Brother Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect is coming over. I wonder what he wants to do. Dong Xin let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged, scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill Sect, Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley, Tong Xian Realm had the Alchemist Guild, and on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill Sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill Sect, there were as many as 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy named Li Yunan could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Lu Yen Sandfield, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill Sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Li Yunan arrived at the mountain where the 4 of them were standing and cupped his fists to Wei Guchang with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchang returned the courtesy and laughed. "Of course I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan also greeted Li Yunan. Li Yunan responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchang simply brushed it off. Although Li Yunan was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here, since he was brought here by Wei Guchang, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brother Li, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Li Yunan smiled lightly and pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Wei, since you came here because you saw a vision, do you know what is about to appear here?" "I heard it's the red candle fruit," Wei Guchang replied. Li Yunan raised his brow, seemingly a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan he suddenly realized something and patted his forehead. This Li asked a stupid question. Since Sister Dai Yuan is here, then Brother Wei must know something about it. I'm afraid there is no exotic grass or exotic fruit in this world that Sister Dai Yuan doesn't know about. Brother Li is too kind, Dai Yuan has only studied it a little, Dai Yuan responded lightly. Sister Dai Yuan doesn't need to be modest, there aren't many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect didn't recognize it. It was this Li who told them. Otherwise, why do you think they've been biding their time? With their tempers, I'm afraid they would have already scoured the entire mountain valley. Wei Guchang suddenly understood why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and not making a move. It turned out that Li Yunan had notified every force that had arrived. Obviously, he wasn't doing this out of good intentions. With such a precious treasure in front of him, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? Li Yunan was no exception. Him notifying others was obviously because he didn't want them to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If the red candle fruit was disturbed by someone who didn't know about it and caused it to disappear, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, even though he was somewhat unwilling, Li Yunan still worked hard to travel to each mountain, informing the cultivators who came here of the situation. Brother Li really cares about the world. This Wei admires him greatly. Wei Guchang put on a sincere look and cupped his fists again and again. This hat was a bit too big, so Li Yunan didn't dare, quickly changing the subject and revealing his true intentions. I wonder if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my medicine pill sect? Join forces? Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed even more as he grinned meaningfully. Brother Li, although this Wei is not very proficient in alchemy, this Wei knows that there should only be one red candle fruit. So how should we join forces? If we really obtain the red candle fruit, how should it be distributed? Brother Wei, please listen to this one first. Li Yunan seemed to have known he would say this and wasn't in a hurry, his expression calm and collected. Please speak, Brother Li, this one is listening. Although Wei Guchang knew what the other party was up to, he couldn't refuse. After all, there was no benefit in offending medicine pill sect. What I mean is to first obtain the red candle fruit. Although there is only one of this spirit fruit, if it is used in alchemy, it should produce more than one pill, Li Yunan said as he observed Wei Guchang's reaction. Li Yunan observed Wei Guchang's expression as he spoke, but seeing no reaction from him, he continued, "As far as I know, your Shadow Moon Hall only has one origin grade low-rank alchemist, right? On top of that, that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years, so his success rate in refining origin grade pills is not high. If Brother Wei obtains the red candle fruit, he can only bring it back to the sect and give it to his elders, which will greatly reduce its medicinal properties." After a pause, a proud look appeared on Li Yunan's face. "This situation is not only limited to your Shadow Moon Hall, but also to all the other great sects. However, my medicine pill sect is different. My medicine pill sect has a total of 5 origin grade low-rank alchemists. Although the grade of this red candle fruit is very high, if my medicine pill sect's elders work together, they may be able to refine more than a dozen pills." Hearing this, Wei Guchang finally understood what the other party was trying to say and squinted towards Li Yunan. "What Brother Li means is that your medicine pill sect will take the red candle fruit, refine it into pills, and give my Shadow Moon Hall a share? And this Li thinks so?" Li Yunan nodded repeatedly. "I have not only said this to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect, Brother Chu of Twin Heart Valley, and Brother Tang of Floating Mist Palace." "What do they think?" Wei Guchang raised his straight eyebrows. Although none of them have expressed their views yet, this Li believes he should be able to convince them. Li Yunan put on a confident look. Chapter 12:22. Everyone knew that Li Yunan was spouting nonsense. If he really had the confidence to convince all the great forces to give up on the red candle fruit and hand it over to medicine pill sect, it would have been strange indeed. Only when it was in one's own hands did it truly belong to them. Li Yunan's words were completely insincere and could not be trusted. What's more, how could such an important matter be decided by these juniors? If Li Yunan took the red candle fruit back, and the elders of medicine pill sect refused to recognize the decision of these juniors, what could the other sects do? Even if they joined forces to destroy medicine pill sect, the red candle fruit would still be lost. Wei Guchang knew better than anyone else that once he agreed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Chu Minghai of Twin Heart Valley, and Tang Yongyi of Floating Mist Palace would not rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to offend medicine pill sect directly, so he pretended to think seriously for a while before nodding lightly. "If Brother Chu and Brother Fong agree, then my Shadow Moon Hall's share is fine, but Brother Li, have you talked to that guy yet?" Saying so, he quietly gestured towards a nearby mountain. Li Yunan's face twitched slightly. Of course he knew who the guy Wei Guchang was talking about was, but he still forced a smile and said, "This Li wants to communicate with all of you first before discussing with him in detail." Wei Guchang curled his lips and shook his head, sighing as he said, "This matter is not easy to handle. If there were only a few of us, then there would be no harm in joining forces, but now that such a variable has appeared, this Wei feels that Brother Li should first finalize what that guy's intentions are before coming to discuss it with us." Li Yunan was startled, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his fists and said, "What Brother Wei says makes sense. Then this Li will go back and think about it." Saying so, he flew down the mountain and returned to his own side. After he left, Wei Guchang snorted coldly. "Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Dai Yuan chuckled to the side and said, "It's not like Brother Wei doesn't know what kind of people medicine pill sect are, so why bother arguing with them? Not agreeing this time was the right thing to do. If he had, it would have been more troublesome." "Of course, I know that." Wei Guchang's expression was solemn. "Let's not talk about this for now. Now that such a spirit fruit has ripened, I don't know if it's an opportunity or a calamity." He looked at the elites on the various hills. wondering how many of them would die from fighting when the red candle fruit matured. Let's not talk about that for now. I feel like cultivating here is very beneficial. In any case, there's still some time before the Three Sons grand opening wonder that elder sister Dai Yuan mentioned, so we might as well cultivate here, Dong Xianer suggested. The other three nodded and immediately found a place to sit down cross-legged on one of the hills, carefully savoring the various mysteries contained in the fragrance of the fruit. Yang Kai soon became aware of the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. Indeed, just as recorded in the ancient records, in the days before it matured, it would constantly exude a fruity fragrance. When this fragrance entered one's nose, it would blend into one's flesh and bones, promoting one's mastery of their own strength and the integration of their cultivation. Only a single red sun had appeared, yet it had such a miraculous effect, so if all three suns gathered together, the effect would definitely be multiplied several times. Because he was with Wei Guchang and the others, Yang Kai wasn't worried about being ambushed here, so he only spared a small part of his consciousness to monitor his surroundings before quickly immersing himself in this wonderful feeling. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so when performing alchemy, he needed to have an extremely high level of control over his Saint Qi, so in this regard, he was better than most cultivators. Stimulated by the fragrance of the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's control over his Saint Qi became more and more exquisite. Yang Kai soon immersed himself in this feeling, as if he had entered a new world where he could perfectly communicate with the power in his body and control it to its peak. While Yang Kai was immersed in his comprehension of Saint Qi control, Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and Dai Yuan were also immersed in a deeper understanding of the different strengths in their respective territories. The other cultivators on the various hills, after the initial observation, also sat down cross-legged and began inhaling the fragrance of the red candle fruit, no longer wasting any time. About half a day after Yang Kai arrived, a strange tranquility had appeared as everyone was savoring the benefits brought to them by the red candle fruit's fragrance. More and more people continued to come to this hill, and although most of them were confused, seeing the people who had come before them meditating, they also began looking for suitable positions. In an instant, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they immersed themselves in the fragrance, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain moment, a young cultivator in blue robes arrived here alone. This person was the one who had tried to go deeper into the third layer, but he had come a little too late. The hills near the valley had already been occupied by everyone else. Sweeping his eyes around coldly, he secretly considered whether he should seize a territory, but soon dispelled this idea. He had just seized this body and had seen the light of day again, so for the time being, he did not want to attract too much attention. However, when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had not expected to see Yang Kai in this place. But soon he frowned, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He was certain that it was this first-order Saint King cultivator who had taken away his precious treasure, but he still could not sense any aura from the other party. Did the other party really fuse with it? That was impossible. He knew better than anyone just how powerful that thing was. Let alone a first-order Saint King, even an Origin King would not be able to fuse with it in a day or two, and there was a great chance that they would suffer a backlash if they attempted to do so. However, the strange thing was that after the first-order Saint King youth obtained what Yang Kai wanted and left the stalactite cave, less than an hour later, the aura of the stalactite disappeared without a trace. No matter how Yang Kai tried to use his secret technique to track it, he was unable to find any clues. Besides, if it was really him who had fused with it, it was impossible for him to still be alive. He would definitely be dead by now. Such a strange thing annoyed him greatly. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who had fused with that treasure, but rather a supreme treasure that had already grown to 6 colors, the soul-warming lotus. Just as he was feeling bewildered and puzzled, on the opposite hill, the first-order Saint King youth suddenly opened his eyes and locked his gaze onto him from a distance. This man's heart trembled and he quickly turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened, looking for a spot that was not too good and sitting down to meditate like everyone else. Atop the hill, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He had been immersed in a deep state of enlightenment when he suddenly discovered that someone was spying on him, and this person had a trace of hostility and murderous intent. At first, Yang Kai thought it was Chu Changfeng, but after seeing this person's face, he couldn't help feeling stunned. This person was not Chu Changfeng, but Yang Kai had seen him before. It was one of the people who had entered the stalactite cave with him to soak in the soul-cleansing divine water. Being interrupted while he was meditating naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. This person's strength was not bad, a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that this person belonged to a force called Flowing Cloud Valley. However, at that time, there was an old man and another man with him, but now he was the only one left. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, nor did he know whether the old man from Flowing Cloud Valley and the other man were dead or alive. Why was this person so hostile and murderous towards him? Yang Kai had never provoked this other party, nor had he exposed too many of his secrets in front of him. Now that he was suddenly targeted, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. Junior brother Yang, did you discover something? Dai Yuan seemed to notice that Yang Kai's aura had changed and opened her eyes, only to see his contemplative expression and quickly ask. No. Yang Kai shook his head before turning his gaze towards a certain spot and asking, do you recognize that man? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and actually recognized the other party's identity. That man is Flowing Cloud Valley's core disciple, Lu Yi. What's wrong? Does brother Yang have some kind of grudge with him? Yang Kai secretly remembered this name before shaking his head and saying, no, I've only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi has some hostility towards me. It's really strange. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously, this Lu Yi doesn't seem to be the type to provoke others. Although I don't have a deep friendship with him, we've still spoken a few times. His reputation in Flowing Cloud Valley is also very good, so why would he be hostile to you? I also want to know, Yang Kai grinned. Dai Yuan seemed to have misunderstood something and thought that Yang Kai really had some kind of grudge with Lu Yi, so she frowned and whispered, Lu Yi is the son of Flowing Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Lu Xiangdong. Although Flowing Cloud Valley isn't a top force, it's not bad either. If it's not a big deal, I can help you speak to Lu Yi and mediate. With his temperament he should be fine. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Not to mention that he had no grudge with this Lu Yi. Even if he did, he didn't need others to resolve it for him. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble with him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Seeing Yang Kai refuse her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally didn't say anything more and was about to continue meditating when Yang Kai suddenly gestured to the side and asked, what about that person? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and saw an indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her expression couldn't help changing slightly as she immediately withdrew her gaze and warned, Junior brother Yang, don't ask others about this person. I only know that he should be from Star Emperor sect, but I don't know his name. Chapter 12:23. Sure enough, it's Star Emperor sect. Since seeing Chu Changfeng treat this person so cautiously in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had faintly guessed that only someone from Star Emperor sect could make the arrogant and despotic Chu Changfeng act so restrained in front of him, to the point that even after suffering a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit defeat, not daring to retaliate. Dai Yuan seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful Star Emperor sect was, so she said with a serious expression, on the entire Shadowed Star, the three most powerful forces are Star Emperor sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon sect, but in reality, every great force knows that the gap between Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect is not small. I heard that there are over 100 powerful peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain, a terrifying number that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect cannot compare to. What's more, I heard that they also possess several powerful Origin King-grade artifacts. Are they that powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. A single sect having over 100 peak third-order Origin returning realm masters was truly astonishing. It's just that their total number is relatively small and they never recruit disciples from the outside, so they aren't very famous. Then how long has their inheritance lasted? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not too sure. However, over the past countless years, there have been rumors that some lucky individuals had met some powerful cultivators who had come down from the Star King Mountain and were brought back to cultivate. However, there aren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. The people on Star Emperor Mountain rarely come out, so although they have many masters, as long as other great forces don't provoke them, they won't bully the weak, but if someone provokes them. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he noticed Dai Yuan's tender body tremble slightly just now. His heart clenched as he thought to himself that if someone really dared to provoke such a terrifying existence, their end would definitely be miserable. Dai Yuan's voice dropped even lower as she continued. Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 to 30 years, Star Emperor Mountain will send one or several young disciples out for life experience. These disciples also don't reveal themselves, keeping a very low profile. I'm afraid that even after they return to Star Emperor Mountain, no one knows their origins. I once read in one of Colored Glass Sect's ancient books that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Shadowed Star that was as famous as Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, one called the Ancient Yang Sect. At that time, a young cultivator who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain had accidentally obtained a precious treasure which was discovered by some people from the Ancient Yang Sect. These people had set up an ambush for him, killed him on the spot, and robbed him of his treasure. A month later, the Ancient Yang Sect was uprooted overnight and suffered a tragic extermination. Yang Kai's face paled. Needless to say, it was Star Emperor Sect that destroyed the Ancient Yang Sect. Being able to destroy an existence on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect overnight, it was easy to imagine how powerful this Star Emperor Sect was. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and brushed her hair back behind her ear. But that was more than 2,000 years ago, so whether it's true or false is impossible to say. The elders of the sect are also wary of this matter and have never mentioned it, so it's impossible to ask them about it. However, on Shadowed Star, there was a place called Grand Hidden Valley. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. It was completely desolate and filled with dense Qi. It was rumored that the Ancient Yang Sect used to be located here. In the past, there were many cultivators who went to Grand Hidden Valley in search of opportunities, saying that the Ancient Yang Sect had a hidden cave that contained many precious treasures and a great deal of wealth. Unfortunately, no one ever found it and many of them even died. You've been there? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile. Although she had used the words hearsay and rumors several times, Yang Kai could tell from her tone that she was certain these rumors were true and that she had been to Grand Hidden Valley before. Naturally, Dai Yuan nodded lightly. However, I didn't gain anything, only a wisp of Qi lingering around my body. After returning to Colored Glass Sect, it took me a few days to resolve it. If junior brother Yang is interested, you can go take a look, but you must be careful. And, if there is a chance, we'll talk about it again. Yang Kai nodded casually, but in his heart he disagreed. Even if the Ancient Yang Sect really had some kind of hidden cave, 2,000 years had already passed, so it should have been discovered long ago. Yang Kai didn't think that such a thing would have been left behind for so long. Rushing over to find it would only be a waste of time and energy, something he wasn't willing to do. Dai Yuan also saw Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and didn't continue on this topic, simply saying, in the past, those who came out of Star Emperor Mountain generally wouldn't be discovered, but this time it was different. It just so happened that Lu Yan's sand field opened, so before I came in, Honored Master told me to be careful of any strange cultivator who came out alone, because there was a chance he was a disciple of Star Emperor Sect. To be honest, when I first met junior brother Yang, I thought you were from Star Emperor Sect? Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to have such a misunderstanding, but it wasn't surprising. He was indeed an unfamiliar face to the people of Shadowed Star, and being able to break into the third layer with just a first-order Saint King cultivation, his methods were definitely extraordinary, so it was inevitable that Dai Yuan would have such a misunderstanding. Considering all this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he realized why Imperial City sects Meng Hong Liang and Extreme Path sects Huang Shiran seemed to have misunderstood him after he displayed some of his methods. It turned out that they thought he was from Star Emperor Mountain, which was why Meng Hong Liang was so cautious. Dai Yuan also had such a misunderstanding, but after learning that Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were friends, she immediately denied this conjecture in her heart because people from Star Emperor's sect generally didn't make friends with others. After arriving here and seeing the indifferent man, Dai Yuan instantly understood that he was a true disciple of Star Emperor's sect. After talking for a while, the two of them didn't say anything else. They closed their eyes and continued to meditate. The red sun rose higher and higher until it reached the middle of the sky. The fruity fragrance floating in the air became stronger and stronger, and the various insights one could obtain from this fragrance naturally became more and more profound, causing every cultivator to feel excited and overjoyed. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble, and immediately after, an earth-shattering energy erupted. Such a change caused all the cultivator present to pale, and in an instant, all of them awoke from their deep meditation and stared at the mountain valley in front of them in amazement. There seemed to be a layer of red mist in the mountain valley, and this red mist contained a terrifying power. The appearance of this red mist was extremely strange. There was no sign of it before, but when the cultivator looked over, it had already filled the mountain valley, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire mountain valley. Immediately, an astonishing amount of heat spread in all directions, forming a hot wind that blew towards every corner of the Lu Yen sand field's third layer. Everyone had experienced this kind of thing once before, so seeing it again at this moment, the horror in their hearts immediately eased a lot. They knew that although this hot wind looked terrifying, it wouldn't cause any harm to them. Sure enough, when the hot wind swept past everyone's bodies and spread further away, no one suffered any kind of accident. However, in the very center of the mountain valley, another red sun was born and was slowly rising from the bottom of the mountain valley. This red sun was not big, only about the size of a bamboo hat, so one's divine sense could not penetrate it, and if one stared at it for too long, they would immediately feel dizzy. An even stronger fruity fragrance spread out, and intense heartbeats rang out from the chests of the cultivator. A second red sun had appeared. This also meant that the red candle fruit was one step closer to true maturity. The various sects who had learned the truth about this place from medicine pill sects Liunen couldn't help feeling restless, and a tense and hostile atmosphere quickly spread around the mountain valley. Everyone stared at each other as if they were all irreconcilable enemies and couldn't wait to rush over and kill them all. Those sect cultivator who didn't know the truth and didn't know about the wonders that would occur when the red candle fruit ripened were also affected by this atmosphere. While carefully monitoring the movements of others, not willing to let go of any clues, they also sent people to inquire about information from the sects they were familiar with. Soon, all kinds of secrets about the red candle fruit spread, allowing every cultivator here to understand the reason behind it, calming the restless atmosphere considerably. Since the three suns rising sun phenomenon had appeared, there was no need to rush into action now that only two red suns had appeared. What's more, before it truly matured, the red candle fruit would not appear at all, so even if someone wanted to snatch it, they wouldn't know where to begin and could only give up. After the appearance of the second red sun, the mountain valley only trembled for a moment before everyone fell silent again and continued to absorb the fruit fragrance, comprehend its mysteries, and integrate them with their cultivations. Yang Kai was also immersed in this process. He felt that through this enlightenment his understanding of Saint Qi control seemed to have risen to a whole new level, and a vague idea began to form in his heart. Although he had grasped some traces of it, he was unable to fully integrate them. This situation was like dozens of cats scratching an itch, causing Yang Kai to become restless and immerse himself in his thoughts. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard, you dare secretly arrange a spirit array!" This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from Heaven Battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. Chapter 12:24. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, this wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley, his face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here who were not comprehending their own spirit array and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the Heaven Battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak in blushed, but before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades, and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. "You dare fight back?" On the Heaven Battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator controlling the wind dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another wind dragon that rushed towards the cultivator who was arranging the spirit array and swallowed him whole. A pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect master, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the wind dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King realm cultivators stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union?" "Heh, provoke a dispute?" Chu Changfeng sneered. "Don't try to accuse this young master, you're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here?" The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Changfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Changfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peaks stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the 3 Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Changfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good, Chu Chang Feng, I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master, I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. Heh, I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other two fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Chang Feng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were third-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Chang Feng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength, otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." Who? Chu Changfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. "Myriad Beast Mountains people." The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment, but this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Changfeng, so how could he care about their threats? Instead, he shouted, "Although I didn't see what it was, it should be some kind of monster beast that specializes in concealment. Haha, Myriad Beast Mountains people are all good at controlling monster beasts, everyone knows that." "So that's how it is." Chu Changfeng nodded naturally before turning to the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples and coldly asking, "What else do you have to say?" The leader of this group, a burly man, frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly laughing, "Young Master Chu, words alone are useless. Don't tell me you really believe this guy's words?" Obviously, he was confident in his methods and felt it was impossible for anyone to see through them, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As long as there was no evidence, how could Chu Changfeng force them to leave? However, now that things had developed to this point, everyone could see that Heaven Battling Union was planning to act ahead of schedule. Since they couldn't force people to kill for no reason, naturally they had to find some excuse. The Flame Shield Union disciple who had been killed before had deserved it. Who told him to run over and arrange a spirit array, causing him to lose his life. Even the other Flame Shield Union disciples had been implicated and driven away. Now, it was unknown whether these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples had really done something or if they had been framed, but no one spoke up for them. In this situation, the fewer people who remained here, the better. Most people held an attitude of indifference, allowing Chu Changfeng to act as he pleased, hoping he would drive more people out. Once there were fewer people here, it would be easier to compete for the red candle fruit. Listening to the burly man's words, Chu Changfeng frowned. Although he wanted to drive away these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples at all costs, without any evidence, acting rashly wasn't a good idea. Does young Master Chu think that just because Heaven Battling Union is strong, you can disregard the other great forces? If that's the case, this Hai will not agree. My Myriad Beast Mountain is not a place anyone can bully. As the burly man said this, his expression turned ruthless. Suddenly, fist-sized, pitch-black giant bees emerged from his body. The giant bees spread their wings and hummed incessantly. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them had a cold light flashing on their tails. The stingers on their tails were a few inches long, and they were pitch-black. At first glance, one could tell that they were highly toxic, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only that, the several cultivators around Hai surnamed also released their own monster beast. Each of these monster beasts was a rare species, each of them an 8th-order monster beast. Each of them was born with some kind of mysterious killing technique. Circling or crawling, they gathered around the 5 myriad Beast Mountain disciples, their scarlet eyes staring around maliciously, waiting for their masters to give the order to attack. Bitter monarch bees. After seeing the 30 or so giant bees, Chu Changfeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of dread as he grit his teeth and said, Good, no wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've brought a lot of Myriad Beast Mountain's giant bees with you. It seems Myriad Beast Mountain has put in a lot of effort this time. The burly man surnamed Hai heard this and grinned. We've let young Master Chu see a joke. Myriad Beast Mountain disciples only know how to control monster beast. Entering this Luyen desert, how could they not bring some life-saving treasures? This Hai doesn't want to make things difficult for young Master Chu, but if young Master Chu doesn't have conclusive evidence, please don't embarrass this Hai any further. This Hai will be grateful. Although the bitter monarch bee had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Changfeng here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of this situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Changfeng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. If you want evidence, it's very simple, just let me see it. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw Yin Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by colored glass sect, her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Changfeng saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 12:25. On the other hand, the big man surnamed Hai from Myriad Beast Mountain exclaimed, Form illuminating bead. Yin Su Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain? Yin Su Dai giggled again and said, What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your Myriad Beast Mountain and my colored glass sect are close neighbors, we live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters. How could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Luyen sand field, so I brought this bead here just in case. What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret? Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Su Dai didn't wait for the big man surnamed Hai to say anything and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng shouted, Red Line Iron Centipede. What else do you have to say now? After recognizing the gray bead in Yin Su Dai's hand, the burly man surnamed Hai knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, he took back the red line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Changfeng and glared towards Yin Su Dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Gotcha. The sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now, he had no choice but to dispel this idea. Because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Fang Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Changfeng this time. Yin Su Dai had already made her attitude clear, so Hai Shan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation. His face becoming gloomy to the extreme, Hai Shan didn't say anything, simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him. He then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these two forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, Yin Su Dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Colored Glass Sect were close neighbors, so naturally, there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, Yin Su Dai had brought the form-revealing bead because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now it had come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? Yin Su Dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan, but seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, Yin Su Dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme, so Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing, I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh. Although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Changfeng asked coldly. Just now, he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this First-Order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Changfeng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Changfeng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Changfeng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the 3rd layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing, Brother Chu can continue," Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Changfeng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, "Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame." This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Heh, if any of you want to do so, please leave now, otherwise, when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now, when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon Sect, wanting to see how Fang Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Fang Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's hearts sank. Fang Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Fang Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with Myriad Beast Mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees, but against others, he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When In Sudai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, he vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 12:26. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him, though, was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Changfeng began driving people away, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Changfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Ye's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul, so how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Yang Kai had to find an opportunity to kill him. Regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not, being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lu Yi, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine water flower red's fruit's fragrances, and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Yang Kai, to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Chi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time, so he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Chi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. The appearance of this dark red energy meant that the third red sun was about to rise, creating a spectacle of 3 suns, which also meant that the red candle fruit was about to truly mature. Many impatient and unstable cultivators were disturbed by this and were no longer able to meditate calmly or comprehend anything. Instead, they opened their eyes one after another and stared at all the movements in the mountain valley, unwilling to miss a single thing. The dark red energy suddenly appeared and the earth trembled slightly. Soon, this energy erupted and spread out in all directions, causing the fruit fragrance in the air to become even stronger. The third red sun slowly rose in front of everyone's eyes, living up to expectations. A slight uproar sounded as traces of Saint Chi surged, some people seemingly unable to wait to rush down. Seeing this, Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. The 3 suns rising spectacle has not yet formed and the red candle fruit has not yet surfaced. Now is not the time to fight. Once we interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for our sins." Li Yunan knew the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured better than anyone present, so naturally, he was duty-bound to warn everyone. At the same time, Li Yunan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried these people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would really interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, Li Yunan wouldn't have bothered to say such things. What did these people fighting to the death have to do with him? If they all died, his medicine pill sect would be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spirit fruit. After listening to Li Yunan's words, many people glanced at him coldly, remaining indifferent. Those who needed to be vigilant still remained vigilant, and those who needed to condense their Saint Qi continued to do so. On the other side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and secretly felt that there was still some time before he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the red candle fruit, not acting too aggressively. As time passed, the atmosphere near the small mountain valley became more and more tense. When the third red sun rose halfway, many of the cultivator who had been meditating finally couldn't hold back and stood up to pay close attention to the movement of the red sun. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but also the famous rising stars such as Wei Guchang, Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Tang Yongyi, Chu Minghai, no one could continue to maintain their previous indifference. While paying attention to the height of the red sun, these people whispered to the people around them, their expressions solemn. Junior brother Yang is still trying to comprehend. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of surprise as she stared at Yang Kai, who was sitting motionless but whose Saint Qi was surging fiercely. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candle stalk. The red candle stalk was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. The Yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Qi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes, Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Qi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Qi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Qi but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it, otherwise Yuan control technique would be a joke. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Yang Kai had only just comprehended it and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Saint Qi wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Saint Qi he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Yang Kai's demonic flame. His Saint Qi was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Yang Kai didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't hold back. Yang Kai didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Yang Kai was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by his space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death." Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, but when it appeared, Yang Kai's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. Chapter 12:31. In the sandy Lu Yen Desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Yi was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods, but at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yang Kai had even used his space blade but had failed to cut the other party in half and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact? And why was it being carried by Lu Yi? Although Yang Kai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Yi while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Yi recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people, all of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Changfeng's angry shout, Fang Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, In Su Dai's cry, all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then, a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and directly reached out to grab it because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit?" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now, this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it, but they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Chang Feng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. After searching for more than half a day, until the red mist in the mountain valley gradually dissipated, no one had found the last piece of red candle fruit that had flown in, so they could only look at the others suspiciously, secretly feeling that every force other than themselves might have obtained the last piece of red candle fruit, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. He had been considering how to escape after obtaining the piece of red candle fruit, but he hadn't expected that the red mist in this mountain valley would help him so much. Now that everyone who was still alive had gathered here, he could naturally fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Yang Kai and frowned secretly. She remembered that when they were fighting for the red candle fruit, Yang Kai had still been in the process of comprehending it, so if the red candle fruit had flown over here, the one most likely to obtain it would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. However, she didn't have any conclusive evidence, so it was impossible for her to betray Yang Kai, so she only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and standing there calmly. Dai Yuan wasn't the only one who had such suspicions, but like Dai Yuan, none of them could determine the truth of the matter. Although some of them wanted to inquire about Yang Kai, in the end, Yang Kai was with Wei Guchang, so none of them dared to act rashly. Everyone! Li Yunan of Medicine Pill sect smiled bitterly and suddenly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Everyone, please listen to this Li's words." Everyone looked at him indifferently. Those who had obtained the red candle fruit wore vigilant looks, while those who hadn't obtained any benefits remained indifferent, but they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene remained silent. "Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spirit fruits in that it cannot be placed in a jade box, and now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, it can't be placed in a jade box. Once it is placed in this jade box, its medicinal efficacies will quickly dissipate. I'm afraid that before you can leave the Lu Yen desert, this heaven-defying spirit fruit will lose its effect and become a pile of waste. It can't be placed in a jade box." Chu Changfeng's face changed slightly as he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as this jade box appeared, many people immediately showed greedy eyes as they stared at Chu Changfeng. It seemed that this Heaven's Pride of Heaven battling union really had some skill. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was still able to grab one of the pieces. Fang Tianzhong in Su Dai, and a burly man with a rough appearance but an astonishing aura also heard this and stared at Li Yunan intently. "If it can't be placed in a jade box, then what should be used? You should know, right?" Chu Changfeng asked bluntly. Li Yunan showed a complacent expression and nodded lightly. "Naturally, this Li knows. Please enlighten us, brother Li." Fang Tianzhong cupped his fists slightly. Li Yunan grinned meaningfully and returned the courtesy. "This Li wouldn't dare, It's just that this Li has studied alchemy since childhood and knows more about alchemy than any of you here. Although I can tell you how to store it, in the battle just now, this Li's junior brother was seriously injured and almost lost his life. As for who was behind this Li knows in his heart, so I won't point it out here. Saying so, Li Yunan swept his eyes around, his posture clear and confident. Only then did everyone understand what he was up to. The several elites of Medicine Pill sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Li Yunan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect for no reason, but that was then and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit just now, who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury, it wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, the cultivator from Medicine Pill sect was much luckier. Although they all snorted in their hearts, no one said anything at this time. Fang Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, "If Brother Li is willing to tell this Fang the method to store it, after leaving the Lu Yen sand field, Thunder Typhoon sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 Saint crystals as a reward." "Brother Wei, please." Li Yunan smiled warmly, naturally not stopping him. After there was no one else in the mountain valley, Li Yunan's expression gradually became dignified as he stared towards a certain spot in the mountain valley. There, he saw a withered corpse that seemed to have died many years ago. This was the junior brother he had sent to secretly collect the red candle stalk, but at this moment, this junior brother seemed to have suffered some kind of vicious attack and died so miserably that even his space ring had disappeared. Li Yunan's face became extremely gloomy, but he didn't mention this junior brother and instead just stomped his foot and said, "Let's go back to the sect." "Brother Li, we're going back now?" There are still 2 to 3 months before the Lu Yen desert closes. One of the women looked at Li Yunan in surprise. "There's no need to stay. The second layer's treasure area has been rummaged through countless times by those people, and the third layer is filled with danger. I'm afraid all the good things have already been taken. We should go back now and report the matter of the red candle fruit. Let's see if our martial uncles can go to those great forces to discuss the purchase of the red candle fruit." Li Yunan sneered softly, "Even if the red candle fruit is taken away by them, in the end, I'm afraid they will ask our Medicine Pill sect for it. Besides our Medicine Pill sect, no one else knows much about this kind of treasure, so they won't dare use it rashly, so we still have the advantage." Hearing what he said, the disciples of Medicine Pill sect who had failed to grab any benefits from the red candle fruit all wore looks of shock, all of their previous frustration and gloominess thrown away, all of them smiling happily, as if they had suddenly found the great value of their sect's existence. Chapter 12:33. About 100 kilometers away from the mountain valley, in a desolate and secluded place, a group of 4 came to a stop. It was none other than Wei Guchang, Yang Kai, and the others. After walking out of the gorge, Wei Guchang had his divine perception enveloped the surroundings at all times, and he was extremely vigilant. But after walking for over 50 kilometers, he didn't see any ignorant person come looking for trouble with them, and it allowed him to finally heave a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, Dong Xianer, Dai Yuan, and Yang Kai did not say a single word as they continued onwards in silence. Only after arriving here did Wei Guchang stop, touch his space ring and turn around. "Brother Yang, what do you plan to do next?" He did not ask Dai Yuan but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that Wei Guchang suspected that he had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Because the two of them were now in the same situation, Wei Guchang had asked him this question. Yang Kai naturally would not reveal anything through his words. Although he still appreciated Wei Guchang, the red candle fruit was of great importance, so it was best to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, I don't have any plans, I'm just going to explore the third layer and see if I can find anything good. Brother Yang still wants to go deeper? Wei Guchang's complexion changed slightly as he felt quite strange. It stood to reason that if Yang Kai really obtained the last piece of the red candle fruit, he should be extremely cautious and not take any risks to explore any deeper, but Yang Kai actually wanted to continue exploring. Not only did Wei Guchang feel strange, but even Dong Xianer showed a strange expression. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were thinking, but on the surface, he remained calm and simply said, no one has ever entered the third layer flame area before, and even a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the red candle fruit has appeared. Perhaps there will be even better things beyond this layer. When Wei Guchang heard this, most of the suspicions in his heart disappeared, thinking that perhaps Yang Kai really did not obtain any pieces of the red candle fruit, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. Nodding slightly, he said, since Brother Yang has made such a choice, this way will not say anything more. I only hope that Brother Yang remains cautious in all matters and returns with a full harvest. Shinra and I will not stay here for long, we will be leaving Lu Yen sand field soon. Wei Guchang's choice did not surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit was too important, and anyone who carried such a spirit fruit with them at all times would feel uneasy. Wei Guchang definitely wanted to bring the piece of red candle fruit out of Lu Yen's sand field as soon as possible. It wasn't just Wei Guchang who thought so. Yang Kai estimated that Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, In Su Dai, and even the burly man would all think so. Moreover, they would not let others handle this matter and would definitely take the piece of red candle fruit themselves and leave Lu Yen's sand field directly. This was good news for Yang Kai. With so many of the sect's elites leaving at once, there would naturally be fewer people remaining. With fewer people, there would be less competition. And Brother Wei and Sister Xian should also be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang then turned his eyes to Dai Yuan and asked, what about you, little sister Dai Yuan? Dai Yuan smiled, I didn't get anything good this time, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Naturally, I'll stay and see if some good luck happens in the next few days. In that case, you should also be careful. Wei Guchang naturally would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Chapter 12:34. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of her. After adjusting her breathing, Dai Yuan's spirit had improved significantly. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously sensing his presence, but she showed a hesitant look on her face, making Yang Kai very curious. Junior Brother Yang, I've used up all of my recovery pills, do you have any extra? I can buy some for St. Crystals. When Dai Yuan opened her mouth to speak, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this point. Although it was strange that this woman had actually used up all of her recovery pills, thinking about it for a moment, he figured that she probably hadn't expected him to enter the third layer, so it was reasonable for her to consume so many pills. So without any suspicion, Yang Kai took out a bottle of pills from his space ring and tossed it over, smiling lightly as he said, there's no need for St. Crystals, it's just a bottle of pills, they aren't worth much. Dai Yuan caught the bottle and showed a look of gratitude, nodding, then Dai Yuan will thank Junior Brother Yang. Good, let's continue on our way, Yang Kai said before leading the way. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan opened the bottle of pills and swept her gaze over them. After seeing the appearance of the pills inside clearly, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. When she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's back again, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism, and she immediately put away the pills without saying a word before hurriedly following after him. The third layer flame area was indeed countless times more dangerous than the first layer. Although the environments of the two layers were similar, the dangers lurking inside were completely different. When Yang Kai walked through the first layer, with the exception of encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts in the strange mountain valley where he had to spend some effort to resolve the situation. He was basically taking a leisurely stroll through the second layer without any burden, not even needing to circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself. However, in the third layer, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Chi to resist the heat waves and fire toxins. Not only that, but the fire spirit beasts here weren't low in grade, all of them being 7th order or 8th order existences. In addition to these fire spirit beasts that could emerge from underground cracks, there were also various strange barriers. These fire spirit beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan. As long as there weren't too many of them, the two of them could easily kill them and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, after witnessing Wei Guchang's group fall, Yang Kai had become more vigilant towards some seemingly dangerous places. Once he discovered such places, he would avoid them as far as he could, and if he couldn't, he would secretly use his demons of annihilation to see if there was any danger. Along the way, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for his demon eye of annihilation, a divine technique that allowed him to see through illusions, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 different barriers over the past few days. These barriers were extremely well hidden and weren't something a Saint King Realm cultivator could discover. Once these barriers were triggered, Yang Kai estimated that his end wouldn't have been any better. Because Yang Kai had been secretly using his demon eye of annihilation to lead Dai Yuan through these dangerous places, this woman from Colored Glass sect didn't notice anything, but she secretly felt that the third layer flame area didn't live up to its name. She didn't understand the dangers here at all and simply followed behind Yang Kai with ease. "10 days after Yang Kai entered this mountain range, just as he was hurrying along, his expression suddenly changed and he came to a stop, frowning as he listened carefully, his expression changing greatly. He heard some violent sounds coming from somewhere in front of him. Was someone there? What's more, that person had actually arrived before him. A cold and indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly wondered if it was that person who had entered this place. Listening to the sounds, it didn't seem like there was any kind of battle taking place, but rather that the person in front of him was bombarding something. Violent energy fluctuations were coming from that direction, creating a huge commotion. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He had entered this mountain range for 10 days and hadn't encountered anything, so now that someone had arrived before him and was making such a strange noise, it naturally attracted his attention. Holding his breath, Yang Kai quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't cultivated any kind of chi concealment secret art, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so as long as he didn't make any obvious movements, as long as the other party's cultivation wasn't much higher than his, they shouldn't be able to detect him. Quietly approaching, the closer he got to the source of the sound, the more Yang Kai could feel how terrifying this person's methods were. After advancing a few dozen kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and looked forward. His heart couldn't help trembling as a look of horror appeared on his face. 1,000 meters in front of him, a man with a sword-like figure and a chiseled face appeared. It was none other than the man from Star Emperor sect who had cut the red candle fruit into several pieces in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, shocking Saint Chi fluctuations were pulsing from this man's body. Using some kind of unknown secret technique, this man was actually floating a meter above the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly and his face was flushed red as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi. Holding an inconspicuous silver flood dragon spear in his hand, he sent out a barrage of spears towards the void in front of him. What made Yang Kai feel inexplicably horrified was not the shocking methods displayed by this man. This man's methods were truly extraordinary. The silver flood dragon spear he sent out transformed into giant silver flood dragons that madly rushed forward. Each of these silver flood dragons was so powerful that even Yang Kai would have to avoid them in the face of such a violent attack. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of this man. All the silver dragons that pounced over were blocked by this barrier. In mid-air, there were only layers of ripples that constantly spread in all directions. The silver dragons returned again and again without any success. A barrier? No, it's a mountain defending array. Yang Kai's heart clenched. Although he couldn't take this earth-lung fire pond away with him, it was the best place for him to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually find such a place. Originally, he was planning to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, but now he decided to go down and take a look. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits. A cultivator could never be afraid of any kind of danger when cultivating. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. Pushing his demonic flame to its maximum level, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and condensed a small sandstorm around himself. Not finished yet, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his Saint Qi to condense several dozen grand heavenly shields around himself. After doing all this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and jumped directly towards the hole. Mid-air, Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he swept his eyes around and immediately found a good foothold. Twisting his body mid-air, Yang Kai arrived above this foothold and stepped lightly on the ground, landing lightly on another foothold he had chosen before. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the lava below was very unstable and would erupt from time to time. The sputtering lava would shoot out in all directions, riddling the walls of the cave with thousands of holes. The lava here was much more powerful than the lava in the ancient spirit array that Wei Guchang and the others had fallen into before. A lot of lava smashed towards Yang Kai, shattering his grand heavenly shields upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen grand heavenly shields flying around Yang Kai were exhausted. The power of the sandstorm protecting Yang Kai swept the magma aside, and the occasional magma that managed to break through the sandstorm was blocked by Yang Kai's demonic flame, allowing him to focus on finding a suitable foothold instead of worrying about it. As he descended, Yang Kai replenished his damaged grand heavenly shields. About 30 breaths later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his figure shot off to the side, directly entering a cave in the wall. As soon as he entered the cave, Yang Kai felt that the surrounding heat had eased a lot, as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, causing Yang Kai to become curious. Turning around to look outside, Yang Kai's expression froze, a look of disbelief on his face. The reason for that was because he saw countless caves on the opposite wall that were similar to the one he was in. Those caves were clearly not formed naturally, because there were numbers engraved at the entrances of the caves, in order of A, B, C, and D. These holes in the wall were actually created by someone. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before immediately coming to a realization and hurriedly turning around to investigate the cave he was in. The cave was very deep, about 300 meters in length. After being burned for such a long time, even if it was a precious material, it would likely have been scrapped, let alone a material that had been quenched with an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. How high could its grade be? However, this was just one stone room. There were many more outside. Since he had entered a treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed, so Yang Kai began to investigate the stone rooms one by one. After spending 2 full days and searching through at least 300 stone rooms, Yang Kai only managed to find some artifacts piled up in the stone rooms that hadn't been refined yet. However, he didn't find anything that made his eyes light up. The crafting furnaces were all damaged. Half of the room near the entrance was pitch black, while the other half was blazing red, like a raging sea of fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the Scarlet Firebird, the two types of energy fiercely collided with each other. The entire stone room shook violently as the aftermath of the fierce collision of energy spread out in all directions. The stone walls flashed with the light of a series of barriers, intercepting these shockwaves. Fortunately, this was a place where the most outstanding artifact refiner of a great sect had set up a series of barriers. Otherwise, such a small stone room would not have been able to withstand the battle between Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. The black light and red light continued to collide, neither giving way to the other, melting away little by little. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the elegant body of the Scarlet Firebird was constantly twisting and turning, letting out a series of strange cries, no longer as relaxed as before. After the collision lasted for a stick of incense worth of time, the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and the artifact spirit stared at each other from a distance, both of them going all out. In that head-on collision just now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Kai never thought that a mere artifact spirit would be able to fight him to a draw. He knew his own combat effectiveness better than anyone else. Even if he encountered a master from the First Order origin returning realm now, as long as the other party was slightly careless, Yang Kai was confident that he could severely injure them. As for whether he could kill them or not, it would depend on the other party's means. However, this artifact spirit was not inferior to him at all. This was just an artifact spirit without a master and could not exert the full power of an artifact spirit. If it was taken and controlled by someone else, he would definitely not be their opponent. Because an artifact spirit was not a physical entity, the existence of an artifact spirit only enhanced the power of an artifact. He was fighting so hard just to fight the shadow of an artifact. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this, his face suddenly changed and his expression became much more dignified. Without thinking, hundreds of grand heavenly shields appeared in front of him in an instant, and at the same time, he summoned the purple shield. Because the artifact spirit seemed to be abnormally violent, the artifact refining furnace, which was originally placed quietly in the center of the stone room, also began to hum because of its violence. Immediately, the artifact refining furnace flew into the air by itself and spun for a while. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the artifact refining furnace and drilled into the Firebird's body. In an instant, the Firebird's momentum soared, and a dignified feeling spread out leisurely. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Sure." Such an artifact spirit actually knew how to use the power of Sure that only origin-returning realm masters could comprehend. Didn't Qian Tong say that Sure could not exist in the Lu Yen Desert? Once a cultivator who had comprehended Sure entered, they would be eliminated in an instant. It was for this reason that origin-returning realm masters could not enter the Lu Yen Desert. Every time this forbidden zone opened, only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter. But this strange bird had actually used Sure's power, and it was completely fine. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to Sure, but it was not Sure. Instead, it was a magical method the Firebird used to catalyze the rich fire energy in the stone room and borrow world energy for its own use. Worthy of a fire attribute artifact spirit, it was naturally proficient in these world principles. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. In the distance of the passage, the artifact spirit had transformed into a mass of red light and was chasing after him, unwilling to let him leave. The entire passage was extremely hot, and before the Firebird's main body had even arrived, the rich fire attribute aura had already filled the air and melted the stone walls around the passage. Yang Kai didn't stop and even sped up a little, but compared with this artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Seeing the exit of the passage in sight and the distance between him and the artifact spirit growing closer and closer, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and just as he was about to turn around and attack the artifact spirit, a strange cry came from the Firebird behind him. This cry contained unwillingness and anger, and at the same time, the fire attribute aura that filled the entire passage quickly receded like a receding tide. Yang Kai was surprised and turned around again, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Not only did he stop running, but he also stopped and stared at the Firebird with great interest. About 500 feet away from him, the Firebird was fluttering in the air. However, at this moment, chain-like energy strips appeared on its body. The runes on the chains flowed. At first glance, one could tell that it was a kind of restriction technique. It wrapped around the Firebird's body and tightly bound it. The Firebird only let out a few cries before the chains tightened and tightened around the Firebird's body. The unwillingness in the Firebird's eyes became even stronger, but with a loud bang, its body burst open, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was it destroyed? Yang Kai frowned, but after thinking about it, he quickly released his divine sense and probed the stone room. Inside the stone room, the artifact refining furnace, which had been suspended in the air, fell back down again and returned to the state it was in when Yang Kai first entered. However, the strange bird pattern on the artifact refining furnace was still there, but unlike before, the strange bird pattern seemed to be irritable and restless, constantly flying around the surface of the artifact refining furnace, refusing to leave. Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he grinned. It turned out that this thing couldn't leave the artifact refining furnace too far. Once it was too far away, it would definitely be taken back by the artifact refining furnace. This was not surprising though. After all, the Firebird was the artifact spirit of the artifact refining furnace, so there was naturally some connection between the two. After determining that the artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The battle just now was really the most dangerous one he had ever encountered. Even when he fought with the origin-returning Realm Master brought by Xie Hong one last time, Yang Kai was able to cope with them with ease and there was no danger to his life. After all, he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array at that time. But this time, being forced by the artifact spirit to fight him in this stone room, Yang Kai had used almost all of his means except for his demon eye of annihilation, but in the end, he had still been forced to flee in embarrassment. Only Yang Kai had been able to escape with his life from the artifact spirit. If it had been any other Saint King, they would have died on the spot. Standing in the corridor and adjusting his breathing for a moment, Yang Kai thought to himself. Since the artifact spirit couldn't chase him out of the stone room, there was no need for him to leave the Earth Lung Fire Pond. This was a rare treasure trove. Although the environment outside the fifth layer was good, compared to this place, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was no comparison at all. However, Yang Kai didn't dare enter this stone room, but he could check out the other stone room at the bottom. Yang Kai didn't believe that there would be an artifact spirit there. It was already a great fortune for such a thing to be born. It was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really did appear, Yang Kai could only go to the top layer and give up on the bottom layer. Thinking like this, Kai Yang turned around and walked out of the passage. Not long after, he left the passage and stepped into the cave on the right. Like the previous cave, the passage in this cave was also a few thousand meters long. After passing through this passage, Yang Kai arrived at a magnificent stone room. Although he didn't think there would be a second artifact spirit, Yang Kai still didn't dare act carelessly. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he carefully examined the Origin King Grade artifact refining furnace in the center of this stone room had been destroyed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even the artifact refining furnace had been destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for an artifact spirit to be born. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over some ores and artifact refining materials piled up nearby, his eyes lit up and he hurried over to inspect them one by one. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. Yang Kai hadn't expected that there would be so many artifact refining materials piled up in this last stone room. What's more, the grade of these treasures was very high, at least origin grade, with most of them origin king grade. There was also a variety of rare ores, metals of the 5 elements, and monster beast body materials, creating a dazzling sight. Although there were many materials, some of them could no longer be used because they had been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and collected all the materials that could still be used and discarded the ones that couldn't be used before clapping his hands in satisfaction and continuing to look around the stone room. The layout of this stone room was almost the same as the one on the left, with a several-meter-tall artifact refining furnace at its center and a few white balls inlaid around the stone walls that exuded a soft glow. However, there seemed to be fewer light balls here, only 4 instead of 8. It seemed that the owner of this stone room was somewhat inferior to the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't think too much about this though and simply went to the 4 stone benches and poured his Saint Qi into them to close the spirit arrays of the stone rooms. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came to the destroyed artifact refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into his space ring. Chapter 1242. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. The day's meditation allowed him to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Shortly after, he waved his hands unceasingly. One after another, exquisite jade bottles and stalks of precious medicinal herbs were quickly scattered around him. Every single one of them had an oppressive spiritual energy. These things were the auxiliary materials that Yang Kai needed to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had told him that he had collected all of these things when he was on Rainfall Star. After all, although these materials were rare and precious, Yang Kai had collected a lot of them on the floating continent and then on Rainfall Star, where he had plundered the storehouse of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch, so it hadn't taken him much effort to gather these things. Zhong Ao had said that it was best to refine the profound Yin sunflower water when one was at the origin returning realm because only a cultivator who had reached this level of cultivation would be able to withstand the pain of the refinement process. The reason why Yang Kai chose to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water while still in the Saint King realm was entirely because he was confident in his own strength. Whether it was the strength of his physique, the strength of his soul, or the purity of his Saint Qi, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to any origin returning realm master. Apart from the fact that he had yet to comprehend Shi, he was not much worse than an origin returning realm master. What's more, Yang Kai's tenacity and endurance were also incomparable, otherwise he would not have been able to fuse with great demon god's unyielding golden skeleton when he was still very weak and comprehend the strange martial skill unyielding will from it. As such, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his cultivation at all. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to maximize the magical effects of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had said that this thing could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation without any worries. Yang Kai already felt that his current First Order Saint King cultivation was too low. If he could improve his cultivation in a short time, he would have more capital. He was not worried about his foundation, state of mind, or comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. His foundation was already extremely solid. Even if his cultivation had soared this time, it would not shake his foundation and cause difficulties in his future cultivation. He also had nothing to worry about in terms of his state of mind. After absorbing so much spiritual energy from a cultivator, Yang Kai's state of mind was no longer at the level of a Saint King cultivator. Similarly, his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was far ahead of any other cultivator at the same level. Now that everything was ready, he naturally wouldn't be willing to be lonely. Although his preparations were very thorough, Yang Kai still checked the various materials placed beside him one by one. After making sure that nothing was left out, he nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few golden sun fruits and placed them aside. These golden sun fruits were obtained by him and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. They contained extremely powerful yang attribute energy and were most suitable for consumption at this time. When everything was ready, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stretched out his Saint Qi and poured it into a nearby stone platform. After absorbing his Saint Qi, the stone platform's surface flashed and the spirit array inside the stone room, which had been stopped for a long time, began operating again. A moment later, a stream of pure fire attribute energy was drawn out from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the place where Yang Kai was sitting. Chapter 1243. In the fifth layer of the Lu Yen sand field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth lung fire pond, Yang Kai sat quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Yang Kai still had an unconcealable look of excitement and joy on his face. Moreover, the Saint Qi fluctuations slowly pulsing from his body were clearly a sign that his cultivation had greatly improved. It had been more than a month since he began refining the profound Yin sunflower water, and it wasn't until yesterday that he finally finished refining it. Yang Kai hadn't expected it to take so long, and during the process of refining, many unexpected things had happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the profound Yin sunflower water was simply too strong. The various spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had taken before, coupled with the earth core fire drawn in by the barriers of the two stone stools, were unable to suppress the chill of the profound Yin sunflower water, causing the hot and cold forces in his body to become unbalanced. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only open the barriers of the third stone stool in order to strengthen the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai originally wanted to use the power of the earth core fire to balance the profound Yin sunflower water, but how could he have known that after the barriers of the third stone stool were opened, the power of the profound Yin sunflower water was completely suppressed and the burning force in his body became more vigorous? Yang Kai steeled himself and took a second drop of profound Yin sunflower water, only to find that the initial situation repeated itself. As a result, in the end, the barriers of the four-stone stool were all opened by him and the earth core fire fiercely poured in, barely managing to maintain a balance between the hot and cold forces in his body. But because of this, the risk and suffering Kai Yang had to bear increased exponentially over the course of this long month. During this month, he had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times and had almost failed. His powerful physique and resilient spiritual energy played a crucial role at critical moments. Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to repair his injuries, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persist and would have been killed by the profound Yin sunflower water and the earth core fire long ago. Although good things were difficult to achieve, the final result was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Zhong Ao had praised the profound Yin sunflower water to the heavens at that time. Since it wasn't on the ground, Yang Kai had thought it would have some kind of powerful effect and had hoped that this time's refinement would allow him to directly break through to the third order Saint King realm or even touch the threshold of the origin returning realm, but now his cultivation was only at the peak of the second order Saint King realm. 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, so many precious spiritual herbs and pills, plus the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai's face. Although his cultivations face, Yang's face's face. He pondered for a while. Of Yang Kai's, S's soul's, of a fire flame water this of his heaven of essences of divine chi of essence of earth, aura, and flames aura of its appearance. It's of auras and to aura of cheese of earth of his of this of his's of the this of it. But with a single thought from Yang Kai, this mass of demonic flame began exuding a bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as a layer of frost instantly filled the stone room. Even the stone walls were frozen solid and began to creak. Chapter 1244. Although Yuan control was a good technique, it placed a heavy burden on one's divine sense, so not every cultivator could comprehend and use it. Only those cultivators with stronger divine senses than the average person could comprehend such a mysterious technique. The heaven-punishing spear's sudden change obviously surprised the firebird, and when it saw that the black flood dragon's cold flames were actually able to block its own wave of fire, it became even more furious. It spread its wings, causing a gust of wind to rise as clusters of flames rushed out from its wings, bypassing the black flood dragon and the fire dragon, heading straight for where Yang Kai was standing. Behind Yang Kai, the power of wind and thunder surged, and a pair of exquisite transparent wings suddenly appeared. These wings flashed with the agility of wind and the violence of thunder, and with a flicker, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood, causing the clusters of flames to hit nothing but air. Without waiting for the firebird to launch another attack, Yang Kai had already waved his hand and released more than a dozen space blades. Since he intended to end this battle quickly, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of dealing with it any longer and immediately used his trump card. The space blades, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, rapidly shot out, causing the human-like eyes of the firebird to reveal a trace of fear. Last time, it had suffered a small loss under these space blades and knew just how strange and ferocious these things were. Naturally, it did not dare to stay in place, and with a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and flew to the side. Before it could reappear, Yang Kai had already closed in and reached out to grab it. Now that he had the cold flames protecting his body, Yang Kai was not afraid of the heat of the artifact spirit. After all, the artifact spirit was only born after being burned by the Earth's core fire for tens of thousands of years, and it was not as if Yang Kai had never experienced the torment of the Earth's core fire before. The artifact spirit's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment it sensed that something was wrong, a feeling of solidification suddenly spread out as Yang Kai's big hand suddenly froze half a foot away from the artifact spirit, unable to advance any further. It was the same kind of power that was similar to Shur, but this was not the cultivator's Shur, but the artifact spirit's innate mastery of the fire principle. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, there was a burst of explosive sounds in the air as the fire attribute aura in the stone room instantly increased by several levels. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Qi to push the power of the cold flames to the maximum, causing an icy aura to spread out from his body. Suddenly, he broke through the artifact spirit's principal blockade. Freedom again! With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that the artifact spirit had yet to fully materialize to send out a series of pitch-black spears towards it. After being pierced by a few spears, a sharp cry rang out again. The two small eyes were immediately filled with rage and fear. It seemed that it couldn't understand why in just a short period of a month, this person who had been defeated by it the last time actually had the qualifications to compete with it. The artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was pierced by the heaven-punishing spear, its life would not be in danger, but the cold aura contained in the heaven-punishing spear made the artifact spirit extremely uncomfortable, causing its body to fluctuate and squirm for a while before it was restored to its original state. Yang Kai's actions completely angered the artifact spirit. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he took out the artifact refining furnace again. He remembered that the artifact spirit could fly just now, and although it was only flying around the stone room, it didn't seem to be bound by the world principles of this place. After communicating with it, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could really fly out, so he didn't hesitate and allowed it to carry him. A moment later, somewhere in the fifth layer, a red light shot up into the sky. Below this red light, Yang Kai's hands were covered in cold flames as he grabbed the artifact spirit's claws and rushed out. As soon as it rushed out of the earth-lung fire pond, the artifact spirit let out a high-pitched cry, as if it had been reborn and was about to spread its wings and fly away. How could it have known that after only flying 100 meters, its body would come to a halt and it would crash to the ground, its face covered in dust? Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit wasn't unbound by the world principles here. It was just that its restrictions were much smaller than his own, but it still couldn't fly too high. Strangely, these seemingly incomparably powerful Yin souls were like the moon in a mirror or flowers in the water, unable to withstand a single blow. As the demonic flames passed through them, they howled miserably and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. At the same time, a series of anxious and angry cries rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and when he looked up again, he saw the artifact spirit still holding the crystal in its mouth, its wings flapping rapidly as it flew, crying out incessantly, seemingly cursing at Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai's sudden attack had given it a fright. Ignoring it, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. At this moment, he also realized that those Yin souls just now weren't real at all. In other words, they were his own illusions. Because when those Yin souls appeared, the demon eye of annihilation had broken through some illusions, allowing him to see through them. That crystal can actually make me hallucinate. Yang Kai was shocked. Normally, they could suppress them, but at the critical moment of a breakthrough, they would silently emerge and affect a martial artist's advancement. It was common for a cultivator to die tragically or be seriously injured by their own heart demons. Yang Kai had not encountered any heart demons for the time being because he did not have many regrets or pain. The only thing he cared about the most was being separated from the women he loved for so long. However, he had always believed that he could reunite with them, so he did not encounter these problems. However, there was no guarantee that there would be something that he could not forget in the future. Once he broke through to a great realm, the consequences would be worrying. Now that he had this piece of 10,000-year incense, this problem could be easily solved. He could recognize this 10,000-year incense because it had something to do with alchemy, because this 10,000-year incense had to be refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly put the small incense burner and the 10,000-year incense into his space ring with a satisfied expression. This 10,000-year incense alone was enough for him to take the risk of breaking into the loft to investigate. Chapter 1251. This is the blood fusion pill given by the elders. It can help the disciples of Demon Blood Temple refine their blood and break through bottlenecks. Do you want it? A dangerous smile appeared on Deng Ning's face as he threw the blood fusion pill towards Lu Yan's sand and laughed wildly. If you want it, go in and pick it up. Let's see if you can come out alive. He knew that he couldn't keep the blood fusion pill under the joint attack of his two brothers, so he didn't want to give it away to others. Stop him! Yi Yang-rong shouted, seemingly about to attack Deng Ning to stop him, but in the next instant, his figure flickered and he turned around to chase after the blood fusion pill. And Ji also made a feint as he chased after the blood fusion pill, the two of them surprisingly having the same goal at this moment. However, Deng Ning had used all his strength to send the blood fusion pill flying extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into Lu Yan's dark red energy barrier and disappeared. By the time Yi Yang-rong and Ji chased after it, they were already at their wits' end. For a time, both of their faces went pale as they turned their heads and glared at Deng Ning in anger, murderous intent bursting from their eyes. No longer were they trying to persuade him, the two of them now wished they could tear Deng Ning into 10,000 pieces. Once the blood fusion pill was thrown into Lu Yan's sand field, it was impossible to retrieve it. Neither of them had any confidence that with their third-order Saint King cultivation, they could enter this forbidden zone. On top of that, at this time, Lu Yan's sand field was extremely dangerous. Entering it now meant certain death. The moment Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, his figure had already fled in a hurry, wanting to leave this place. However, Yang-rong let out a fierce shout. His figure suddenly swayed and turned into a blood cloud. He flew above Deng Ning at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Deng Ning. Inside the blood cloud, an evil aura filled the air and a nauseating bloody smell filled the air. In an instant, Deng Ning's horrified voice rang out from the blood cloud. Demon body blood transformation. When did you cultivate it? He seemed to be shocked by the method Yang-rong had just displayed. His voice began to tremble. In the next moment, the sound of intense fighting and Deng Ning's muffled groans came from within the blood cloud. Yang-rong sneered, "Brother, I'm not that talented, but I've already started on the path 3 years ago." This was the first time he had used it against an enemy. "Junior brother Deng. Let's see where you can run to this time." As he spoke, he instructed, "Junior brother and kill that eyesore." Although the blood fusion pills are gone, as far as I know, Junior brother Deng still has the secret technique demonic blood thread in his hands. If you want it, then hurry up and do it. Originally, when Ji saw Yi Yang-rong transform into a blood cloud and envelop Deng Ning, his expression sank. He never thought that his brother Yi would be so cunning. He had cultivated this secret technique 3 years ago but had never exposed it. And Ji couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on his face. Now that the blood fusion pills were gone, Ji had some thoughts of retreating. After all, even if he joined forces with Yi Yang-rong to kill Deng Ning, he wouldn't be able to reap much benefits. But now that he heard Ji say that Deng Ning actually had the secret technique demonic blood thread, Ji was greatly tempted and hesitated. Didn't Yi Yang-rong know what he was afraid of? Immediately, Ji shouted, "Junior brother and brother's demon body blood transformation consumes a lot of Saint Qi. Using it to deal with junior brother Deng is already quite difficult. You don't need to worry about me attacking you afterwards." All right, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this old man won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so many questions was because I was afraid that some spies would come here under false pretenses. You may leave now. After receiving the fire crystal stones, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. On the other side, Deng Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu had finally let him pass and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, cautiously reminding, Marshal Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give Brother Yang a temporary token? Otherwise, when he arrives at Blue Stone City, the disciples of Grand Fire Temple won't let him pass. Do you think I need you to remind me of that? The old man surnamed Lu coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a red token flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught this token and saw a ferocious ghost head engraved on it. The old man surnamed Lu said, "This is my Demon Blood Temple's temporary token. It can guarantee that after you pass through the space array, the people of Grand Fire Temple won't question you. Of course, this temporary token only lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can use the space array on their side and our temple's side, which should be enough for you to use." Junior understands. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Stand on it, I'll open the space array." The old man surnamed Lu waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure immediately flickered and he stood in the center of the space array. Deng Ning stood to the side and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. "Brother Yang, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't forget to find this Deng for a drink." "Good, if Brother Deng visits Heavenly Fate City, you can also come find this Yang. This Yang will definitely entertain Brother Deng as a good host," Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Deng Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. The 30 contribution points he had spent really made his heart ache, but being able to make friends with such a person was worth it, because there was no telling when he would need to ask for help again. As the two of them spoke, the space array released a dazzling light and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes was a vast expanse of white, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical divine senses pressed down, causing the robes of many Saint King Realm cultivators to flutter as they surrounded Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic and simply tossed the temporary token of Demon Blood Temple to one of the Origin returning Realm Masters who seemed to be the strongest, standing in place without moving. The Origin returning Realm Master caught the token and inspected it before frowning. "Demon Blood Temple cultivators." Saying so, he tossed the token back and said lightly, "This token only has a time limit of 3 days. If you don't arrive here in 3 days, the space array will not open to you." Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The Origin returning Realm Master waved his hand and all the hostility disappeared, the Grand Fire Temple disciples returning to their posts one after another. For a time, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and after leaving the hall, he poured into the crowd of Blue Stone City. He had no intention of staying here for long. An hour later, a blue streak of light flew up from outside Blue Stone City, rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared. As for how to get from Blue Stone City to Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had some people inquire about the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Grand Fire Temple, so he couldn't find anyone to vouch for him to use the space array. Foreign Elder Chang's 30 million Saint Crystals? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Chang Chi, immediately understanding that Chang Chi must have obtained so many Saint Crystals from the underground lode in Lu Yen Sand Field. It seemed that Chang-Chi had been mining there since Yang Kai left and had not come out until Lu Yen's sand field closed, otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint crystals. These Saint crystals are just a loan from foreign Elder Chang. I'll return them when I have more in the future. Chang-Chi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. Yang Kai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chang one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint crystals, if it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint crystal lode and obtained so many Saint crystals? At least half of these Saint crystals belong to you, and if it weren't for you, this old master and old How would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint crystals, with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces and offer them these Saint crystals for protection. Howen also echoed from the side. That's right, Yang Kai, you accepted me and old Chang before Lu Yen's sand field opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint crystals are just a small token of old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children, so what use is there for so many Saint crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chang and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them, so he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Chang-Chi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the Origin Returning Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin Returning Realm. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but he soon sighed sadly. Even with that thing, old How and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days and try to adjust your condition to its peak. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. He believed that with so much world energy and spirit water, the red candle stalk shouldn't wither, not to mention, its vitality was already extremely tenacious. Next, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle fruit. Although he knew that this small piece of red candle fruit could not be restored after being cut, Yang Kai still placed it at the top of the red candle stalk, hoping that the roots of the red candle fruit would be able to maintain or even enhance its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't use the red candle fruit now, nor could he refine it into a pill, but perhaps he would need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the barriers in this stone room. As soon as the light curtain flashed, a ripple spread out and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared. Not only was it impossible to see the pool of diluted myriad drug liquid, the red candle stalk, and the red candle fruit with the naked eye, even when using one's divine sense, there was no trace of them. Except for the abnormal world energy aura, There was nothing else suspicious about this place. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, and after completely sealing off the stone room, he went to the next stone room. In the second stone room, Yang Kai took out the 10,000-year incense and the incense burner he obtained from the 6th layer of Lu Yen sand field and placed them inside. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with a faint and clear fragrance. As soon as this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai suddenly felt his mind become tranquil, as if all his worries and unhappiness had disappeared. Even his knowledge sea had become calm and tranquil. The effects of the 10,000-year incense were well-deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time would be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, Yang Kai also completely sealed off the second stone room. The fragrance of the 10,000-year incense could now only drift inside the cave mansion, but Yang Kai could think of a way to let this fragrance drift outside. This way, the cultivator living on Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to benefit from it. Secretly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai placed the 9-branch jade crystal tree in the third stone room. This way, as long as someone entered retreat inside the cave mansion, they could use the 9-branch jade crystal tree to spy on the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. However, Chang-Chi and Howen both had the assistance of origin condensing pills and the 10,000-year incense, so they probably wouldn't need to use the 9-branch jade crystal tree. After finishing this, Yang Kai walked to the side and looked at a strange stone full of holes. This strange stone was the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had spent a lot of Saint crystals to buy at the last auction. After buying it, Yang Kai had placed his soul-devouring insects inside it. However, this wasn't the end though. From the nearby soil, more blood-sword grasses suddenly emerged one after another. Although they weren't as lush as the first one, they still reached a height of about 2 meters. In less than half an hour, with the location where the blood-sword grass seed had been planted as its center, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius had been filled with sharp blades of grass, causing Yang Yan's beautiful face to go pale, and she couldn't help screaming. Moreover, these blood-sword grasses were different from the ones Yang Kai had seen before. They were not crimson in color, but instead each one exuded a faint golden light, making them quite eye-catching. Such a turn of events not only stunned Yang Yan, but also stunned Yang Kai on the spot. He hadn't expected that a single drop of his golden blood would cause such a big change to the blood-sword grass. The only reason he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into the blood-sword grass was because he wanted to see its effects. As a result, he had almost caused a casualty to one of the nearby cultivators. Fortunately, Yang Kai had come to the rescue in time and saved the Haiku family cultivator from being cut up by the blood-sword grasses. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Yang Kai told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yan and Wu Yi returned, Yang Kai told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened and the huge, profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, the soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing.